has 115 unread emails.
Don't look at that. Don't look at that.
Huh?
Don't look at that right now.
Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah, my boss usually has like 6,000, so. Are you good? Okay. So it is September 12th, and I will call the North Kingstown School Committee business meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is to convene into executive session pursuant to RIGL 42464 for a discussion of any discussions of job performance, character, or physical or mental health of a person or persons, provided that such person or persons affected has been notified in writing and advised that they may require that the discussion be held in the open meeting pursuant to RIGL 42465A1. Amendum to the assistant director and the athletic trainer contract and the superintendent evaluation rubric. Item 2, discussion regarding the matter of security, including to but not limited to the deployment of security personnel or devices pursuant to RIGL 42465A3 District Alice training. Can I get a motion to go into executive?
So moved.
Second.
What?
I don't even get the joke. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 You out of the room. All right.
Awesome. to come back from executive session. We actually took a recess from executive session. We'll go back in at the end of the meeting. And so the next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Erin Earl.
Here.
Robert Case.
Here.
Jennifer Lima.
Here.
James Sheehan.
Here.
Deborah Lukowsko.
Here.
Christine LaPierre.
Okay, and the calendar.
Tuesday, September 24th, school committee business meeting, 7 p.m. Central Admin Office. Tuesday, October 8th, school committee business meeting, 7 p.m. Central Admin Office. Advisory committee meeting. Temporary advisory committee on district discipline. Monday, September 16th, 4:30 p.m. Central Admin Office. Policy advisory committee. Monday, September 16th, 5:45 Central Admin Office. DEI advisory meeting. Wednesday, September 18th, 5:30 Central Admin Office. There will be school committee office hours held on Tuesday, September 17th at 6 p.m. at the North Kingstown Free Library.
Jules, just a question. Do we have a planned meeting for the Budget and Finance Subcommittee set up yet?
Not as of yet.
Not as yet. Thank you.
Not as of yet.
We will be
Yeah, thank you.
talking about that.
Okay, thank you. And so next up is presentations and recognitions. So, Dr. Duba.
The first presentation tonight is on transportation protocols. So Michelle Holm, who is our transportation supervisor, will provide that to us.
Good evening. In the Transportation Department, we are all working together to move forward with
Michelle,
increased...
Michelle, can you just move the microphone so it's...
So you can
Close.
hear me.
Well, we can hear
Good
you, but
evening.
video.
In the Transportation Department, we are all working together to move forward with increased school bus safety and efficiency. I have prepared this short presentation to show you the procedures and protocols that the transportation staff reviewed together at our back-to-school meeting, which was held prior to the beginning of this school year. The mission of the Transportation Department is to provide safe, effective, and efficient transportation to and from school for all eligible North Kingstown students. The following procedures and protocols were reviewed with all transportation staff during our school meeting. So this is for our bus drivers. The drivers are required to do a pre-trip inspection according to the Federal Motor Carrier School Bus Driver's Vehicle Inspection Report. They are required to use their PA, which is their public address system, at every bus stop to and from school with...
Sorry, the camera. Oh,
That's okay.
sorry, Michelle.
That's
I'm
okay.
trying to be sly. And it didn't
That's
work.
all right. I'm trying to look and I'm trying...
Thank you.
They have to announce when the bus is approaching, departing, and when it's safe for children to cross. It does not include minibuses and our vans. Bus drivers must drop off, pick up according to the route sheets. These routes are all shared with the North Kingstown Police Department. Bus conduct reports must be turned into the transportation office, not handed to the school personnel. Once they're handed in, they will be scanned and they're emailed directly to the principals for appropriate action. Bus drivers are required to take the count of the students on the bus. This information will be turned into our office. It's turned into our office daily and weekly. During your post-trip, you must check the bus inside for sleeping children, check front of the bus, back of the bus, and under the seats. Items left behind, open windows and doors, mechanical operational problems. You must also check the outside of the bus. If you do not have a child safety checkmate, we've instructed them to have a sign in the back, and I think we're going to put it on the back of all buses anyway that just says this bus is empty, regardless, just so everybody knows when the buses are empty. And also, we reviewed the law for cell phone use, because that's prohibited for bus monitors. The protocols and the procedures that we reviewed this year with them were safely load and unload students at their designated stops, cross students when necessary at the direction of the school bus driver. maintain a high level of confidentiality, assist the bus driver in maintaining good student conduct on the bus, take account of students on the school bus for both the morning and the afternoon runs, collect personal items that may be left on the bus and return them to the school/student as soon as possible, do an interior bus inspection, assist the bus driver in looking for sleeping students, front of the bus, the back of the bus, and under the seats, items left behind, and checking the seats. Display the highest ethical and professional behavior in working with students, parents, school personnel. Demonstrate a positive attitude. Assist young or students with disabilities in getting on and off the school bus. Participate in evacuation drills, which we conduct 2 times a year. And of course, cell phone is prohibited except in the event of an emergency, and to use proper dress attire at all times. And the monitors must wear their safety vests. For the bus aides, we reviewed these procedures and protocols. Review evacuation plans with the bus driver as needed. Assist students with disabilities while boarding and departing the school bus. Assist bus drivers in maintaining appropriate student behavior. Maintain a high level of confidentiality. Ensure appropriate level of student safety as well as proper use of safety equipment, for example, harnesses, buckle guards, built-in seats, and seatbelt cutters. Take account of students on the school bus for both the morning and the afternoon runs. Collect personal items that may be left on the bus and return them to the school or the student as soon as possible. Also, to do an interior bus inspection, assist the bus driver in looking for sleeping students, check the front of the bus, the back of the bus, and of course under the seats, items left behind, and checking the seats. Display the highest ethical and professional behavior in working with students, parents, school personnel, and to demonstrate a positive attitude. Cell phone use, of course, again, is prohibited except in the event of an emergency, and they as well have proper dress at all times, and including their safety vest. So we're looking into what's next. We're looking into cameras with GPS systems that can track the school bus for routing purposes and can also be used in the event of an emergency. Some of them come with like panic buttons, so if anything should ever happen, they can hit the panic button and we can locate them instantly. Student tracking system to enhance student safety, having accountability for each student who is on the school bus. In the future, we're working towards a parent app for tracking so they can track their children via their cell phones. And that's what we've reviewed this year.
Thank you. Any
Thank you.
questions for Michelle?
I have a couple. Thank you for going through this. I had talked with Ken about this today, and I was just wanted to kind of clarify with you, just for anybody else who, like me, didn't understand the differences between like big bus, little bus, van, the whole world of like bus monitors, bus TAs. Can you just briefly explain like what a bus is, a big bus, like what a minibus is, like a van, just quickly?
Sure. So the big buses, they transport home to school, typical bus runs, correct? And then the bus monitors on the buses, what they do is they check, of course, after kids are boarding and loading and unloading, they check under the bus, around the bus, the front of the bus, the danger zones. And then, of course, that they get on the bus and they'll be
Michelle,
there.
sorry, to clarify Jen's question, I translate sometimes for Jen.
That's okay.
Like, how big is a big bus compared to a mini bus?
Yes.
Compared, like, what are the different sizes of the vehicles? I think it's
There's
more
lots
which
of different. There's
is that
lots of different sizes.
Yeah.
So I mean, your average school bus is a 71 passenger to 77,
So, like, when
40
you say-
feet.
When you say big bus, like what is the smallest big bus?
What is the smallest big bus?
Like, where's the
71
line?
passenger.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
I'm like
Big bus.
71, and yeah, that's the smallest big bus.
And then anything smaller than that unless
Is
it's
considered a
van, is
minibus. We have a
Okay.
3/4 bus,
Okay.
and that would be considered a minibus, and that seats, I think, 33 without a wheelchair.
Okay.
And then, of course, then they go smaller from there. You can get all the way down to a van that only seats 6.
And anybody
So-
that drives a big bus is a bus contractor, correct?
Correct.
Not a North Kingstown School Department employee.
Correct. And anybody who drives a minibus is a North Kingstown School Department employee.
Unless
Yes,
they're subs.
unless it's yes.
And a bus monitor is different from a bus TA/aide.
Correct.
And can you just briefly explain the difference between those?
Sure. So the bus monitor is the bus monitor that we all see that we get stuck behind when they get off the bus. They check the front, the back, the danger zones, help the students cross, And then, of course, they're helping with student conduct on the bus. That is primarily their responsibilities. The bus TAs, they're a little more, the training is a little bit more different, right? Because they handle students with disabilities. We transport some of the most vulnerable students in this district. So they have to learn, know how to communicate with them when they're nonverbal, when they're, they have different behaviors. So they're trained more on that aspect. So they don't have to really get out of the bus, check in front of the bus, the side of the bus. They do, but their primary responsibilities is assisting the students on the bus and then getting off and making sure that they get in the hands of their parents at night.
Okay, thank you. I just think that's important clarification because
Yep.
I think sometimes we think there's a bus and there's a bus monitor, but there's not. And I think a lot of people may not realize that. I didn't until we started digging into it. And just one other thing, so when
Sure.
there is a van, like when students are being transported in a van, sometimes they will also have a employee with them as an aide, correct?
Yes.
And that would not be a monitor, that would be an aide who's serving that purpose that you just talked about, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So if a student is transported in a from home to school in a van, there still has to be a bus TA with them.
And so that last slide that you showed, the protocols for that, so even though it said mini bus, it would still qualify, the same things would apply if they were in a van, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Awesome.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
I just said thank you so much for this. I think that's really helpful for us to have a good understanding of what got outlined and for you working on really culling out some of our conversations. So I really appreciate it, Michelle. I think my only thing is I think for the what next, and I know Ken knows this, the budget cycle sneaks up really fast. And so any work that we can do to get information about some of these different things and what the cost implications might be would be extremely helpful, even if it was before the end of this calendar year, because that way we'll have that information going into budget and can kind of really work through that. So that would be the only thing, is just timeline on what we might, some information we could get this fall would be great.
Absolutely. And I have them on the GPSs in the camera system already.
Perfect.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank
Anyone
you.
else? Everybody good? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next presentation, CLEC. Okay, and so part of our goal with the school committee this year is to have the different advisory councils come and kind of educate the school committee and the community about the work that they're doing. And so we invited the CLEC group to be our first participants. So Jonathan, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Jonathan Blank. I'm one of the CLAC team members. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Oh, okay. Yeah. Good. All right, thanks. So I was asked to speak tonight to kind of as an informational session, I guess, on what CLAC is. So I put together some slides. This is our banner. If you've ever been to our website or our Facebook, I'm sorry, you see this, or the flyers are in every school office. So I'll start off with where the requirement for CLAC comes from. So CLAC is a special education local advisory committee. It's required. It's part of the Rhode Island Code of Regulations, 200 RICR. I think it's Chapter 20, Subchapter 30, Section 6. This particular section is for governing the education of children with disabilities. Requires the school committee to appoint CLAC members. So I listed the membership that's identified in it. The majority of the membership is parents with children with disabilities. So at least 50% has to be parents of children with disabilities. And then the other members are individuals with a disability. And I think when we went to the training at RIPEN, which is the Rhode Island Parent Information Network, that individual with a disability, I think, can be a student even. We've never had one. A public school administrator, special education teacher, general education teacher, and other members of the community at the discretion of the school committee. We have currently the membership is myself and Amanda DeSantis. Dr. Santa's in every meeting. And there's always a special ed teacher. In fact, there's a pretty good showing. Over the last couple of years, there's been a really good showing. When we first started, there really wasn't wasn't much, even from the school committee. I think Jen Hoskins was doing it for a while, but I've seen Jen Lima and Aaron have come to almost all the well, you haven't been to all the meetings, but a combined effort, I guess.
Somebody will be.
Yeah, someone's always there.
Usually me.
So I listed a couple things from the regulation. I also printed up this section for you. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it, so I have some copies here if you guys would like it.
Yes, sure.
The ones I listed here, one is just to help describe CLEC. So the function is to advise the school district on matters concerning the unmet needs of students with disabilities, comment on improvement plans, including school support plans resulting from IDEA Part B, compliance reports, local compliance. I can read this very well. The state and federal laws, comment on applications for federal and student funds, and serve as advocates in partnership with parents for students with disabilities to ensure they receive entitlements provided to them under state and federal laws. I listed this one because I don't think we do this. I don't think we've ever commented on any kind of compliance findings. So I figured I'd bring it up. I mean, I know typically what we do is we have meetings where we have speakers come, and that's the majority of what we do. I've listed some other things, on the last slide, but that the members have done, but I don't think we've ever done any of these things. Then the roles and responsibilities. The local education agency provides support to the committee by contracting for technical assistance and services with Rhode Island Designated Parent Training and Technical Assistance Agency. Basically, the school department pays for us to go to training, which I think you have some money for this year, right?
Actually, I have money for you to have presenters come in to present to your parents if you wanted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and or training. Either way.
So
I put a chunk of money aside for you guys.
The training we go to, I went to it. Amanda and I, I guess we can go to the next slide. So this is NKCLAC. I just pulled the stuff off of our flyer here. This is Amanda DeSantis on the left and Mary Lopresti on the right. This is back when we first started, back in I think 2015, when they first made our banner that we put up at every meeting. And we went to this training back in 2015 where the only 3 members, Mary's moved on. I think she's doing child advocacy now. So it's just Amanda and I, and we need some more members. Both of our children are juniors in high school. There's some young parents coming up to the elementary schools like we had, at the time we started. So it's really time for some new parents to join and probably take over soon. Anyway, from our flyer, you can see, we're a collaborative partnership of parents, caregivers, teachers, support staff, therapists, administrators, special education students, school committee members, and other NK community members that are committed to enhancing the education for our children, whose instructional needs include an IEP or a 504 plan. I have 3 kids that either had an IEP, a 504, all three of them had them. What we do, we provide a network to share information regarding resources, share ideas, concerns regarding special education programs, and address unmet needs of students, faculty, and staff, increase awareness about special education law, promote understanding, compassion, and inclusion of children with special education needs. Most of what we've done, like I said, is we hold meetings, we have speakers come. I list some of them on the next slide. So some of the things we've done, we coordinate all the CLAC meetings, we prepare all the agendas. We arrange for speakers for a whole slew of topics. Just some of that I list off the top of my head. Where we had a special education lawyer one time. Last year we had URI's respite care coordinator come. We even had the fire chief come and talk about kids with special needs and how they can respond and what they need to know. We had Tech Access of Rhode Island come speak. We've had a whole bunch more. And we determined the dates and locations of the meetings. This year they'll all be here, right?
Yeah.
They were in the library, and for the longest time they were at Davisville Academy. Participate in committees. I personally never have. Mary and Amanda have done these things. There was a DEI committee, substance abuse, I think Amanda helped with that. Strategic planning committee, I think maybe both Amanda and Mary did that, I'm not sure. There's a special education advisory network that's run by Ripen, and I think David Cianco from RIDE. So we participate in those dinners that they have. I believe they're once a year. We made an NKCLAC Facebook page where we get the word out about our meetings. We post a lot of different things about things for kids with special needs. We've had people contact us on there for some advice. We usually send them to Ripen. We attended life skills luncheons. There's been summer meet and greet sessions, and we created a brochure that is passed out at it should be passed out before every meeting.
It's passed out at every meeting. It's attached to most of our special educators' emails too.
And they're also, I see them every time I go into the school offices. They're in there. Goals. So we've always wanted to increase the membership. Like I said earlier, it's Amanda and I, and we're up there in years, I would say. And then we have a lot of elementary school age parents coming, and they've been pretty consistent. So I'm hoping that maybe some of them will volunteer. And then I'd like to familiarize with the duties that I just showed you guys, because I don't think we've ever done any of that, and I'd be interested in helping with that. So, but anyway, that's my presentation. One last thing: these are all the dates of our meetings. And like I said, they'll all be here. They're at 6:45 p.m. I think it's till 8:15, right? Yeah. That's all I got.
Great, thank you so much. We really, really appreciate your time and the effort that you and Amanda and Mary have put to keeping NKCLAC going and providing great resources for the district. Does the committee have any questions before we get on this one? No?
Thank you.
Yeah, I would just say, kind of similar to the Michelle comment, I know we mentioned this too, but just thinking about, for the advocacy piece and for different things that the needs, like the timing, and kind of having those conversations earlier is definitely great. And then either Rachel or I can bring that back to the administration, kind of based on the feedback that you get from your parents. So,
I had one question / comment. Now that you're having the meetings here, I know it's come up at a couple of the meetings I've been at to have Zoom access for people to dial in. Is that going to be possible?
They can't.
I don't know if they can dial in, but we can record the meeting.
Record it, yep.
It was harder to do that at the library.
Yep.
We were able to do it one time, then after that they said, no, you can't do it. So that's why we wanted to move it here.
So will we be able to do that now that it's here? Okay, awesome. Great.
We can use the same
That's right, I
rules.
forgot it's the same
Yeah.
rules, yeah.
Like we do with all the other stuff.
Okay.
Yeah,
Awesome.
that was the purpose in coming here.
Okay, perfect.
And I want to give one plug to the transportation people. I think they have done a fantastic job, especially for my kid. I think we met last year, so they did a lot. They did a lot to make her experience successful, I'd say. So. Yeah.
Jim, did you have just?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to point out, I'll give credit where credit's due. You're doing great work there and stuff. Sometimes you don't see all the pieces come together because it's a subcommittee and an advisory board, but I can tell you that Jen and Aaron always inform us of what's going on, keep us in touch, and things that need to change, we do hear about it and we take action. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and then our last presentation, I believe, is the survey works. Oh, and Jonathan, you're welcome to stay, but we have a rule, once you talk, you are welcome to leave, and we don't think it's rude. So we know people have a lot of priorities and a lot of different things in their time. So welcome to stay, but also, it's okay if you want to leave. Thank you. You can watch your video. Thank you.
You didn't have to be told twice.
All right, good evening. Here to present the Survey Works results from the spring of 2024 for North Kingstown. Survey Works, just quickly, is a survey that's administered every year in the spring to students in grades 3 through 12, and also teachers and staff and families to get a gauge on our progress, culture, communication, so on and so forth. So we'll get right to it. This will start with the students in grades 3 through 5. There are 721 responses here. So for this, the categories listed on the left, And then next to that is our percentage of students who responded favorably to the category. The third column is the comparison of North Kingstown to the Rhode Island average. And then the final column is the increase or decrease from the previous year. Okay, so as you can see, we have school rigorous expectations. We have school safety, teacher-student relationships, risk and protective outcomes, social emotional learning. Okay, so this is again students 3 through 5. Next, you can see school climate, valuing of school, school belonging, school engagement, state initiatives, and absenteeism. One of the things we're very proud of is that we've seen increase in all categories from the previous year in terms of a jump up, and we're also pretty comfortably over the state average in terms of the responses, favorability ratings from the students. These are our students in grades 6 through 12. There are 1,578, responses to these questions. So again, here we have risk and protective outcome, school safety, school rigorous expectations, social emotional learning, and valuing of school. As you can see, we had a pretty consistent improvement in these areas from previous years, which again we're proud of. Getting the favorability responses are something that we've worked very hard at, and to see that from our grades 6 to 12 students is something that we are very encouraged by. Okay, moving ahead, same thing here, 6 through 12 students. These are questions pertaining to school climate, student-teacher relationships, college and career readiness, school belonging, absenteeism, and state initiatives. So you can see here we do still obviously have work to do, but we do see trending going in the right direction here. But obviously we still want to look at what these responses are, where we can show growth, where we can improve, which we will continue to do.
Mark, just a quick question on that
Sure.
one. For the absenteeism one, that's a self-reported, like that's the students selecting that, right?
Yeah, it's an interesting one.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to do with like whether the students are absent or not. It actually has to do with perception students have about if they are absent. It's okay.
She took exception.
So,
Okay.
so the questions have to do with if you miss multiple days of school, how much will it affect you?
Yeah.
So that's like their
Their perception
of
their
what absenteeism will
So like you think it's, like, do you think it's bad if you miss school?
Right.
Okay.
right,
And only 30% of our students, like,
right,
got it.
yeah,
Noted.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so it's perception about whether
Yeah,
the
that's
impact
helpful,
of being
though.
absent.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, no
'Cause
problem.
I was like, they come more than that.
Yeah,
They,
that's what I was
it's
thinking.
not
Okay.
it's not an attendance measurement. Good, thank you for
Yeah.
thank you
no
for
worries.
asking that. All right, next we have our teachers. So for this, we had 234 responses from our teachers. So the questions here we had to do with teaching efficacy, absenteeism, educating all students, school climate, building leadership, and social emotional learning. Again, as you can see, we saw some really nice gains in most of these areas, with the greatest increase coming in favorability responses with regard to building leadership. Again, testament to our building leaders doing a great job. School climate also jumped up nicely by 9 points, which again is such a critical component we know of school of success in so many ways. So again, we see nice trends here. We want to keep that momentum going, obviously, and making sure that we are engaging with our teachers and hearing from them and giving them voice and all the things that we've talked about to try to build that environment. Moving forward to the next one, we have questions with regard to state initiatives, high quality instructional materials, professional learning, and resources. So as you can see here, it's had a nice gain there in professional learning compared to previous years, and the other ones, seeing pretty good scores, relatively speaking. And finally, for teachers, we have, we have cultural awareness and action that are student focused, frequency of professional learning activities, and cultural awareness and action adult focus. So that's some responses pertaining to those questions. Our support professionals, we had 64 responses. Support professionals, we're talking about school counselors, school social workers, school psychologists, and such. So for this category, they had questions in regards to educating all students, school climate, building leadership, absenteeism, state initiatives. So again, we see us trending in the right direction. Those green arrows are a good sign, and we hope to obviously keep that going with our support professionals. who do such important work every single day, of course, for our students. Oops. Okay. Moving to the next one, social emotional learning, cultural awareness and action, student focus, professional learning, and then cultural awareness and action, adult focus. So that's we see the results there. And then finally, we have resources, which is an area obviously we want to look at, as it did go down from previous year. And then frequency of professional learning activities are two areas we definitely could focus on a little bit more with our support professionals, providing them the tools they need.
Clarify what resources encompasses?
Certainly. So resources, if you don't mind pausing for just a second, has to do with perceptions of the adequacy of the school's resources. So it's basically support professionals' responses to whether or not we have adequate resources to support them in their work.
Resources in terms of like what they, like pencils, paper, or like
So if you don't,
and if you don't know now, that's fine. I'm just curious. Like, you can get back to me. What type of resources is like?
so it has to do with like different ways that they're supported, technology, facilities,
So like
budgetary.
Okay.
Yeah. There you go.
And it's just their perception of.
Correct.
If we have, so do they feel like they have enough of whatever they need to do their job?
Yep.
Correct.
Is how I would.
Yeah, that's about right. All right, and then finally we have our families. We had 783 family responses to our survey. So for this, we can see here the ratings and the comparisons and the trends. These categories: school climate, social emotional learning, school safety, special education services, family school communication, which was our biggest increase, 8-point jump there. So we can see kind of where we stand here with the percentage favorable responses in those areas. Oops. And then we have absenteeism, cultural awareness and action, state initiatives, school improvement, and then family engagement. So again, that is kind of our family responses that we can see there in terms of favorability. And that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions. Yeah.
Yeah, question, thanks. So on the family responses, you say we got back 783. First question is, what is that as basically a percentage of all of our parents? And then secondly, I guess we're just relying upon either we get a really high number relative to the number of parents of students here in our school system, it's a valid number. But oftentimes, of course, people who have the time or want to take the time, typically they either have a complaint or they have high praise.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard to get the people in the middle that give maybe more equitable analysis.
Yeah. So your first question, off the top of my head, I really don't know exactly what the percentage is of like families in our community that we have versus how many that responded. I can look into that though and find that out. I do think that, and also I can look into like just where that number is compared to previous years. I do know that schools made a real earnest attempt to get the word out to families and make sure that they were aware of the survey, the importance of the survey. They sent it out multiple times through multiple mediums.
It got downright begging. Like it was insane. No, I'm going to say I'll give you an A+ on effort on
Thank
that
you.
one. We got multiple notifications.
Yeah.
Many times.
Yep.
So, kudos
So
to
I mean, we obviously can't.
Yeah.
People have to do it on. They do have to take their own time to do it, but we did try to emphasize the importance of it.
Rob, could
Yep.
you get the net numbers for all of the, like what 6 through 12, like out of how many students,
Yeah,
In terms of
percent
families?
response,
yeah, so all three, like for teachers, families, and students, like just what out of what?
Like the
just so we know
breakdown?
what percent, huh?
Like the breakdown in terms of how many responded in each
Yeah,
of the
the
areas.
percent response from each
Right,
category.
But it's
Okay.
required of students, right? Teachers is required.
No,
Then-
we
No,
have more
there's
than
no way
15,
that was
17.
all, yeah.
Okay.
So like, how many 6th through 12th graders do we
Understood.
have? How many teachers do we have? How many support professionals do we have? And how many families do we have? And then just so we know what the percentage response
Got
is.
it. Yep.
Thank you. No, that's not a rush
Yeah.
either.
No problem.
Whenever
Yep.
you can.
Yep, we can do it.
I was
Yep.
curious about that too. First off, I really want to commend you all from the administration level down to the building administration, because there are some serious positive efforts here, especially in the areas that you've really been working on around school climate and positive feeling. And I think like, you could see the improvement from year over year, but the improvement for the past 2 years, I think if you looked at that, would be even better. So that's through the conscious, deliberate work that you've made, and I think that's showing. So kudos to you.
Thank you.
So that being said, no, I'm just Ken's like, I
Just
knew
let
it
you
was
down
coming.
the creek right
Usually she just jumps in, so we give it the pause.
I did just want to point
You
out
get the pen out, so you
a,
just add to the to-do list.
I know,
Incoming.
a couple of things, and they are areas that we've been talking about. So I noticed like over at the high school, the school belonging statistic, it was only 30%. That's pretty low, and that's an area. So I don't know if there's more detail in there, but that is something that.
I'm having can you look at the question for that one, Rob? I feel like
Sure.
it wasn't what we thought it was last time. I'm
Sure.
having
Hold
a
up just a sec.
flashback moment. Like I feel like it was like the perception of how other students fit in, or how it was something.
So it wasn't like I
I
feel
don't
like
know.
I
I just
belong
wrote that
or
one-
something.
I don't remember. I would pull the questions up specifically because I don't think it's specific to them. I think it's the interactions with others as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is all publicly available data, so
Okay, I get it. Well, I can go- I can
I
go
totally
do
welcome
that
you to go in, and this is all like,
Like you can see the survey questions.
100%.
And stuff.
You can
yeah,
see-
so we'll look at that.
Yeah.
So I think, Judge, before we make an assumption that only 30% of our students have belonging, we want to make sure we check
Okay.
the question.
And then the other two were on the teachers, which was the professional development and the cultural awareness stats. Those were both below 40%. And also those seem to be some of the few areas where we are below the state average. So just to raise there. And then the one stat that really concerned me was the perception from families around family engagement, which was also,
So again, go back to the questions
Okay.
because those questions they're not specific to family engagement. It's about how often do you come into the school? Well, if you're a
Okay.
working parent,
okay.
or you just not even a
Okay.
working parent, you just don't have time to get
That's
here.
fair.
The
I'll go back and
communication
I'll
You're
look
going
at
to
that.
answer the negative.
Okay, so and at the
So-
kudos to you.
No,
And
no,
I
I-
will
that's-
go
I'm just
back
letting
and
you know, like,
no,
some of
that's
those
fair, and I'll go
questions.
back and I'll look at the details.
And
Well, I
then
think
also,
still-
just so you know, when we're trying to pull out the family data, it might not be accurate in the sense of how many families do you have compared to how many families completed the survey, right? So a family, it's 4 children, I'd have to complete it multiple times, right?
Yeah, you do
So you
it
can't say, my family counts once, my family actually counts
4 times. Yeah.
Well, however many
multiple
many-
times,
yeah.
right? You know what I mean? How many times I'm doing it?
Yeah.
So you could look at, okay, how many students do you have? Okay, well, if every student completed it and they had a family member that completed it, that's,
Yeah.
so it just,
Yeah,
might
that
not
number's gonna be tricky.
compare apples to apples compared to with the family with the percent.
I'm gonna guess that number's low. Like we probably did well, but like it's probably not statistically significant in relation to who could have taken it, and that's okay. And it's definitely, as I said, not due to a lack of effort of at least the Forest Park principal, because that was clearly, they wanted us to take it. So that we could try to figure that out, but I think, Ken, to your point, like
That
it's,
might not be a perfect correlation
Yeah.
for the family
Right.
percentages.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Any other, everybody was good customers? Okay, so thank you so much to the administration and the CLAC chair for those presentations. We really appreciate hearing updates and data and information regarding the work that's happening in the district. That brings us to our next agenda item, which is citizens' comments. And so do we have anyone signed up to do those?
No, no one signed up.
Okay. Did anyone want to sign up that didn't realize they had to sign up? Okay. So we will move on to the superintendent report, but before we do that, I did want to move one of the agenda items up because I know I wanted to see if the committee would be willing to move up under new business, the bus driver contract negotiation. That one is just an update, and so I do know there's some folks here for that, and so I just wanted to move that up so they don't have to wait until the end.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to move that up.
Second.
Okay, Jules, you get this? Awesome. And then all those in favor of moving it up?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. So we'll go to that one next. So this one was an update and kind of to start the conversation and to talk with the administration publicly about the bus contract negotiation. Our current contract with the North Kingstown Bus Association, is that right? Expires in June 2025, which seems far away, but we know with contract negotiations, we want to make sure that we're starting early to allow for enough time for the administration and the folks there. And so, Mr. Hennessy, anything negotiation-wise we should be aware of for the contracts, et cetera?
No, there's no particular deadline or requirement of a time to start. I just always suggest starting earlier rather than later, so you can hopefully get a contract wrapped up and plan for it during the budget season.
Okay, perfect. And so we will have Dr. Duva kind of put forward a plan of that, and then we can determine which school committee members will participate along with the administration, and go from there. Any questions or comments regarding that? Okay, we look forward to a successful negotiation. So, okay, thank you so much. And if you were here for that, and again, you're welcome to stay, totally fine, but also, and we appreciate you coming today. And so we'll move back up to the superintendent report and turn it back over to Dr. Duval.
Yes, can you just put the slides up for me, please? I put it into a little slideshow because I had some pictures that go along with what I'm going to talk about, which I think would be nice for all of you to see. Chip?
You want to?
Well, I'm just thinking, are you able to move it ahead, or do you want me to grab something?
I got you.
Okay, cool.
So I just do it. Came with you.
Thank you. So I just want to announce our education support person of the year. So we made that announcement early on at Convocation and recognized our professionals this year and educators. So Chris Malley, who is the school clerk at Quinette Elementary School, she was nominated by her peers and she received the Educational Support Professional of the Year. Chris, if anyone knows, she's an amazing person. People in her school, the staff in her school and her colleagues put her name forward, and she was chosen from the group. She is an extremely dedicated professional that we have here at Quinette. She knows every single student in that school. Even I just remember when we had the 5th grade promotion, she didn't even look at a list. She knew the kids. She knew how to pronounce their names. She knows them all. The kids come to her. They enjoy doing a little lunch bunch with her that she does weekly with them. She's very dedicated, close to the family. She knows all the families. She is the heart of that school, and it beats because of her. So amazing person, and she spoke that day and just was very eloquent in speaking to everyone about receiving it and her partnership with the school and the community. So, next is our teacher of the year, and it's Hannah Hoy, who is the media specialist at Stony Lane Elementary School. And she was nominated from colleagues and families and students in the school just for her dedication as a teacher, her connections that she makes with STEM and before school programming that she offers to the students there at Stony Lane. Both of them will get recognized at the Water Fire event later this month. And then just some pictures from Convocation. It was great. We had our students there opening up. We had students from Stony Lane Elementary School for the Pledge of Allegiance. Abby Kilday, who is one of our seniors, was there and singing the national anthem. And we had Jenna Clark, who's another senior musician who entertained all of our staff playing the cello. And then our guest speaker was Cassini Yarn, who's the director of Veteran Affairs, local in town, had children that went through the school, and just really spoke from his heart about just motivating our staff getting ready for the beginning of the school year. And then just more Convocation. It was great. We really focused on where we were going this year, initiatives that we have. Again, we worked closely with our staff wellness. Are you going to say something? Or? No. Okay. Working closely with our staff wellness committee. Got donations of certificates from local businesses, and we did raffles throughout that morning to our staff that was there. So thank you to Erin, Dr. Earl, for being there and also welcoming our staff this year. This just goes over, we started, of course, with our core values and what our beliefs are, which is integrity, trust, collaboration, transparency, being student-focused and continuous growth, and what that means, and everyone having that focus. And then we went through our initiatives, what we're working on this year. There's a lot that we're working on, just where that focus is. That's the secondary regs implementation at the middle school and high school, preparing for NEASC at the high school, our AP studies, Embedded practice has to go along with the evaluation system of our educators and their SLOs, but it's a different model of really looking at your student performance and your data and constantly having those data conversations with your supervisor and really looking at the growth your students are making and making those educational decisions of what you do to support your students and strategies you put in place. Again, we're going to continue to work on the vision of the graduate. Curriculum-wise, look at middle school science curriculum. We're going to do some work around our curriculum in writing. And we also have social studies this year. I can't see those.
Bridges third.
Yeah, only I can't see the slides from where I'm sitting. So over here now. The other focus we're going to have on instructional rounds. Instructional rounds is a practice. It's not a policy. I know people have asked about it. It's not a policy. It's a practice of how educators look at the work they're doing and going in and observing classrooms and looking that you have a problem of practice, which typically that would be developed through the school with your building administrator and your staff of what's the focus going to be. What are we looking at? It might be writing. How do we improve on writing? And so, as educators, you come in and just observe the work that's happening. You're really focusing on what the students are doing, the student outcomes, and then you debrief on that. You talk about what you've seen, what are strategies you can put in place, and what are those next steps that you're going to take. Focus around social emotional learning with PBIS, positive behavioral interventions and supports, the Choose Love program and Open Circle that we use in our schools. Work around diversity, equity, inclusion, and culturally responsive practices. We're continuing that focus and improving our multi-tier systems of support program. We have a computer program, it's a tech-based program called Branching Minds that we're going to be using for our MTSS work that we're doing. It'll take in all of the data, and teachers will be able to use that to look at the progress of students and the interventions they're putting in place. And then also at the elementary middle school level, looking at writing. And at the elementary level, with our math program, Bridges Math, we have the third edition, so providing support around that implementation. And these are just put some pictures in here of us starting school. So this is just pictures from the high school with all the students coming back. Next slide. Again, at the high school, and we have some middle school photos, all from the first week of school. Everyone was really excited to be back there, and then we have some elementary photos. I think the pictures say a lot. It shows the excitement that we all have with starting the year. Next one. And then just a facilities update. It's important to update you on the work that we've been doing here in district over the summer. And so we had the air conditioning was put in at the high school. The work that we were doing, that was completed at the high school. We also had 6 new tennis court nets put in at the high school. We refinished the gym floors at most schools, the cleaning, but at DMS we refinished that. We knew that those were concerns there and got that gym floor ready for the year. We had landscaping work done at all of the schools. We are preparing the work for the HVAC system and classroom conversion at the D building. 2 greenhouses were built at Wickford Middle School for the students to be using. Stony Lane copy room was converted. And when I say it wasn't like thinking of a copy room, it was the space that was used where they did some of their work. So it was a workroom. We converted that to a classroom for one of our special ed programs over at Stony Lane. At Fishing Cove, we also converted one of our rooms there for the clinical day program. There was vent cleaning that was done in all high ceiling spaces. And then both high school gyms were resurfaced, and also installation of partial perimeter fence at Hamilton that was completed. And then we just have some pictures there so you can see what the gymnasiums look like. We have the middle school and high school over on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, that's the inside of Hamilton with the gym and the wall that faces on the outside. And then that is the newly work that we did at Hamilton with the CMU and the replacing of the wall. And the next one just has other work. Again, it's just pictures of landscaping, the fence at Hamilton, the tennis courts, and the greenhouses. That should be all. I'm going to finish at least. And then just give you more of an update on the progress we're making with the D building. So Mr. Murphy provided an update, and I just want to give credit to Mr. Murphy the first few weeks that he's been here. He's been extremely responsive to the needs in the district. He's been at all of the schools, collaborating with the staff. That we, when I say staff, all staff. Right from all of our custodians, teachers, administrators, really working closely with them, responding to what those needs are. I've been very impressed with the work that he's been doing so far and his responsiveness of getting things done. So when I asked him for this report, he got that to me right away. I'm just going to kind of go through where we're at. So our facility staff, when you lead, Mr. Murphy has been meeting with Rouse Architects and Martone Construction to getting everything finalized with what needs to get in place for the work to begin. So they've been doing that for the past week. Martone is going to start. They have to wait for materials to come in, so they will be starting the week of 9/24 with the construction once everything is in place. And then that's a date we're going to be holding on. Progress is being made to clear sections of the D building for construction. We have to move some of the offices to different spaces. We had to move files out. There's work that had to be done. There's stuff being moved over to Davisville Academy for storage. We're converting the stage at Davisville Academy, cleaning that out and converting that to storage space. So they've been building walls and getting that set over there for everything to be placed. File transfers and staging area, all that will get moved in actually next week. Food services and facilities office space, they're starting the next few weeks to get everyone moved, so that way that space is cleared out. And the submittals have been put in between from Rouse and Martone on the boilers, the drywall, studs, unit vents, wall materials, interior doors, and flooring. All that is getting put in place to be started. And then we'll have the invoices and encumbrances from both of them to have in place for ESSER to have all that in by September 30th. So we're on target for that. And the final completion of this project is set for December 31st. So there's that. What else do I have?
Where are we in terms of, I know last time we talked about this, they were waiting for the approval on the CTE before they started doing purchasing for machinery and things like that. Is there an update on that?
We'll get I know they were getting everything together to put all those purchases in. I'll find out exactly what has been submitted, if anything has been submitted yet as far as the machinery.
Okay,
so,
thank you.
And the only other thing I just wanted to mention, on Tuesday we had professional development here in the district on Primary Day. We had a coordinated emergency exercise that was done between the town, the school department, police, and fire. It was a drill of an active intruder shooter at one of our schools. It was done on a professional development day, so staff, students weren't part of that, but the administration, building administrators, and school clerks were all part of the training to observe that and a part of the debriefing. It went very well. These practices are important to do because we learn what other resources we may need. You learn what you're putting in place, and you take a lot back. And I can't talk about everything what we did, but what I can say, it was a very successful exercise that we went through, and it was a great coordination partnership that we have with our local police department and fire department and EMA for putting these plans in place.
Any questions for Ken for the superintendent report? I think just for that last point, I did see some concern from citizens that aren't on our listserv, wondering what was going on at Stony Lane.
So the town sent stuff out as well, so it wasn't just us. So it was sent out by the town and by the school department.
Do you know how?
The town, I don't know exactly. I know they put it on their Facebook page, but but it didn't go out.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, they were just citizens commenting, and so people, I was just concerned about that. So thank you for that.
But effort was made to make sure everyone knew.
Okay.
By the town and in the school end.
Great, thank you. Any other questions for Dr. Duba? Okay. Dr. Duba, do you want to move? I was looking at. I like to look at the audience and see who would like to go home. Do you want to move the unfinished CIP existing bond future bond to the next item?
Sure. That
seemed to be the biggest crowd of folks in the audience.
Do you want to move ESSER update first? That'll probably be faster.
Yeah, that probably would be quicker. That's less.
I was going by yawns from the audience. I'm just saying. Up to you all. Okay, I think we should do building first, just because there's more folks, and Jody doesn't, okay, thank you. We'll go, we
Sorry,
can do that.
Jody, I tried.
Why don't you move both, and
Okay,
then,
yep.
in one motion, and then we can do
Yep.
that.
So I'll make a motion to move unfinished A and B up.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay. Dr. DeBood, do you want to introduce, I know we have some folks, as far as CIP, stage 2 and.
So I think the CIP project priority list is something I will go over with you. That's not a presentation.
Mhm.
So we can do that first. Rouse is here, so they I say Rouse, the company, but Jim Partridge from Rouse is here to answer any questions that is there. So
Do you want to have Perkins present first, or do you want to?
We can definitely do that. We don't need to go in that order.
It's up to you. I defer to you.
Yeah,
on what
we can do that. Yeah, we can do a presentation from Perkins and then do the CIP and then stage 2 approval.
Great.
Yes, so if for the presentation, I would sit up front and use the microphone.
There's a couple of seats too. Thank you for moving over.
Okay, so.
Do we have this thing up?
Yeah.
Actually, there is a slide for the CIP, so we can just kind of go into it.
Okay.
Should I do the introduction?
Do you want me to introduce all of you, or do you want to?
Oh, what was that?
I said, do you want me to introduce you, or do you want to just?
Oh, yeah, this is fine. Yep, sorry, I wasn't sure if we were. So thank you very much. We're glad to be here tonight. I have with me from Perkins Eastman, we have Mike Berger. And then on our design team, we also have Michael Pugh from CMTA. And then Inga Knox, who you all know from Jacobs. So tonight we're going to run through the slides, show you the latest where we are with the design. And let's see, so we're actually Inga will start with the timeline. We have this submission. We're seeking approval of the submission, making the submission tonight. Mike will go through the designs. We'll talk a little bit about high performance, teeing up the conversation with Mike Pugh, who's going to introduce us and review the life cycle analysis costs for the mechanical systems and the geothermal system. Then we'll go into a discussion about the estimate, and then we have the CIPs. Thank you. What do I do? Which one do I press? Oh, sorry, it's this one? Here. Okay. We also have Jim Patridge here from Rouse Architects, who's working on the CIP portion of the submission. So just wanted to introduce him. Okay, good evening, everyone. So we are at the September 12th timeline. We're at the end of our submission due date. It is due on the 15th. We can submit on the 16th if we need the extra day, because 15th is a Sunday. We are fairly on track. I have a very last slide after the CIPs, kind of like to wrap it up and ask for your vote on the submission. So we'll go over that at the end. The submission was approved on September 9th school building committee meeting, and today we are going to go over it with your committee. And then it will also be reviewed by the town council on September 23rd. That was moved. Originally it was going to be on the 16th, but that's okay. We did talk to Wright about it. We are submitting an agenda and a memo saying that it was pushed, and they are okay with it. They will receive the documentation from them once once the submission is presented. Although the due date is on the 16th, on the 15th or the 16th, we will have a chance to amend the submission, probably maybe even more than one chances, but we are planning to issue a first addendum prior to the end of the month with a few items that were not ready due to different timing issues, not necessarily that we couldn't finish them, but we had to follow up on certain things. Therefore,
if anyone here in this room, if the committee reviews anything, once you see the final documents and you have any comments, concerns, please let Dr. Druva know. We can review and we can amend with those comments. Just because we are going to be working until probably the last moment on Monday, middle of the day. We have probably 98% of documents uploaded right now to the Google link that we shared. RIDE did launch a portal this year, so everything is going to be, we are the first ones to submit through the portal. It is a little bit simpler to use, and it's actually easier for us, but we also did not combine the documents into like a one long 1,000-page PDF that has been done prior. So the link we have shared still has sort of segmented documents. I think at some point, once it's all wrapped up, we will create one very large PDF to share with everyone as like a record submission. We have access to the portal. Dr. Druva has access. We can create more accesses if need be. But RIDE will not be accepting anything unless it's uploaded to the portal. Any questions? Okay. Okay. So the entire stage 2 application, before the slide, you may have seen it before, but it was kind of concentrating on the total for the bond by itself. But this, we are submitting on the bonded funds, and then there is a smaller amount that is included in sort of like, we call it the revolving fund. So the total for the application that we are submitting to RIDE is $141,453,470. That includes $137 million bond and the revolving, the items in the revolving fund. And those items are pertaining to the CIP fund, that project, and the reason why we're submitting on a slightly higher amount is because just to get the projects into the submission and then have a chance, for example, if there's any savings somewhere, if there is anything that we can do, at least those projects are in the submission, and the district has, the school has a chance to get reimbursed on those projects. There is no commitment to complete 100%. As you may know, there is, you have to complete only, I believe, 50% of the entire total, which is obviously no-brainer because one of those projects is the middle school. But it is good to have a little bit more so that there is that option and a little bit of a flexibility for additional projects. Any questions for this? Just to be clear, the bond remains at $137,200,000. So it's just that the package for the amount of projects we're asking to be potentially reimbursed on is 141. Okay. So we started developing the schedule. Again, the schedule is still somewhat in a flux because it's still in motion, still in development, because we do have to present RIDE with a schedule that is sort of just initial thought on how we will do the project. That includes the middle school and it includes the CIP project. But until the CM really gets on board, or a builder or construction manager, it is hard to get onto all the fine-tuned details. We do know the duration of design process, and then we can extrapolate the duration of construction based on 22 months duration that we collectively see is feasible for a project of this size and of this type. But it will change. It might change slightly once the Stage 3, which is the design phase, is happening, and we have a CM on board, and we further develop the drawings. So on this particular slide, I have a note on the CIP projects, which is here. Basically, those will happen sort of on a revolving basis. There's a lot of projects. Most of them will happen during summers when the school is off session. Some of them may be able to happen sometimes in the winter of hours, or but the design staggered in similar way. We have a more detailed approach in the submission itself to those projects, but in general, we're assuming the entire duration of the approval of the I would say yes, the program, the 5-year program, will have some form of CIP projects ongoing. In terms of the schedule itself, right now it's showing a completion, a possible move-in in September of 2027. But I would say, I would caution, I think it may get shifted a little bit based on more development of the design and the construction process. So, but we do think that the schedule is in a good shape and pretty feasible, especially with the design durations that we have developed. Also, in each design phase, so you can see the lighter green or blue, depending what you think. Each of those phases, there will be a schematic design, which is SD, design development, DD, and construction document phase, CDs. During each of those phases, we have to develop an estimate, re-estimate the project, and we also have to submit to RIDE. This is part of what it's called stage 3. So there'll be more opportunities to relook at the estimate, to refine the estimate. Some contingencies become actual hard costs, etc. So, like for example, the design contingency that is maybe a little bit higher right now actually gets down to 0 at 60% CDs and moves up above the line, so to speak, up to the construction, to the hard cost itself. And believe it's about a year total to design the project. I think it adds up to about a year, a little over a year. Any questions? One comment too is that you can see that I staggered the demolition. This is the demolition of the existing building, and that I'm hoping in this case to, if the building is ready for occupancy in over at summertime of 2027. And there is a good level of confidence that the building is open and everything is going well, it will be really well to demolish the building during that summer, existing building, because it creates less disruption, less issues with noise, dust, and whatnot, and abatement. And then once the school year starts, students go into the new building, but yes, there is a little bit of a construction still happening with the field work that has, and usually plantings, because the landscaping usually happens in the fall or springtime. So, okay. Questions, comments? Good. I'm sorry, this was supposed to be at the end. Because those are the CIPs. So maybe we'll come back to it. So we'll just let Perkins Eastman do it first. So guys, go ahead. And this was supposed to be at the end. We'll come back to it as well.
Good evening, everyone. These should be relatively quick. No updates on the site plan. We've left it in here for reference. If you have any questions, we can come back to this and reference this slide. What we did want to share with you, which we shared on Monday evening with a couple tweaks, we started modeling the site, the existing site, and the improved site, and put the building in context, which I think are great. And we sent these images to the town, so you can put these out to the public and hopefully get people excited about the project. This is a nice aerial view with Tower Hill on the left-hand side, so we're looking almost north on this side, showing not just the building, but kind of zooming out and showing the improvements on the entire site. This is a front door view, a view you have not seen yet. This is the standing in the kind of parking lot and the car queue. The bus queue is on the left-hand side, and then that peninsula on the left-hand side, the pedestrian plaza, gathers students from both the car and the bus and leads you right into the front door. And that space labeled cafeteria is a cafeteria with your performance space right behind that glass. And then the WMS logo. Again, we're really early in design, So this design will evolve and hopefully get better, especially with some feedback and some as we nail down on the budget as we move forward. But we're hoping that this building proudly reflects the Wickford community and the village, and it fits nicely within the context of this beautiful village that you have. And here's Tower Hill Road view. Again, this is the existing contour of Tower Hill down into the site. Again, like last time we shared this, we're introducing some traditional gable residential forms, which helps bring the scale down and make it a familiar scale and familiar form that fits nicely within the context of this neighborhood. And then the last view, kind of moving north on Tower Hill, looking back towards the south. Any comments or questions on these before we move ahead? Yeah.
Just
sure.
one question. That drive coming in off Tower Hill, is that the existing driveway?
It is enhanced, but that's in the current location.
Okay, the same location.
Exactly. Then that's just the emergency drive.
Okay.
Yep.
That won't move much either way.
It's relatively almost in the same location. Once you get past this point, there's some grade manipulation on the site, but it meets the existing road nicely. Yeah.
Are there any thoughts, if that is just the emergency drive, on how to change like behaviors, like with design, just because that is like where people drive now, and so maybe just something to think about, like how do we change that behavior, I guess?
Yeah, with signage and or some kind of barrier. I think we have a chain or something.
There's going to be gates.
Gates or chains or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That was that's a great solution.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Yeah,
That's just.
So even if someone tried it,
Yeah, that's great. Perfect.
Yeah, it'll take some getting used to, like any new site circulation on a school project. But after a week, parents will get it. But first responders, we've met with them multiple times, and they love this idea of the full access around the school.
Great, thank you.
Sure. And again, these are just here for reference if there are any questions. And with that, Tina, you want to?
So we're going to go into the discussion with Mike from CMTA. He's going to review what we're very excited about on this project is the geothermal, the commitment that North Kingstown has made to net zero energy. That is going to not only enhance the comfort of the school, but this idea that your operational costs will be significantly lower. But with that whole notion of sustainability is the other things that come from it and the student's success. So everything from comfort and reduction of stressors that are related to things like the daylight glare. The building has been oriented, as Mike just showed, the orientation of the classroom wing in the east-west will allow for the best kind of control of glare and the sun. Thermal comfort, of course, the acoustics will be greatly improved. This is a 21st century environment designed building for learning. And then, of course, the air quality will be better with the new systems. So then all of this is being tracked and all of through this Northeast CHIPS requirement that RIDE has. And so we have actually what's almost like a report card, and it's called a scorecard. And as we develop the design, we have these criteria that we're always looking at, and we say, okay, we're trying to reach this criteria. We think we're going to reach this one. And so we're monitoring that. RIDE right now is requiring that your total at the bottom comes to 180, which is an impressive amount. And we're tracking that right now because of the geothermal system that is part of this project. And then I'm going to turn it over to Mike to talk about EUI and the geothermal system that we have.
Thanks, Tim. One of the primary drivers for this project is a net zero energy building, and we're gonna, we're achieving that through an all electric building. To be net zero energy, it means that there's as much the energy that's consumed over the year is also generated on site, and that's going to be done with a PV array. And what that graphic shows is, although the 6 circles there are just different sources of energy use in the building, and our goal as we design the building is to keep like the heating, the plug loads, hot water, all those, make those as small as possible, so that the smaller those are, the smaller the PV array on the building needs to be. And then when that PV array offsets the energy use at the end of the year, it should be net zero energy. And the target, so energy use intensity, it mentioned that on the previous slide, and that's a number that is the amount of energy used per square foot per year. It's a way to normalize and compare different size buildings, different age buildings, and then have one number that shows how much energy that building uses per square foot per year. And the smaller the number, the better. On the right there, that 72, that is a typical school building in Rhode Island. It averages old schools, new schools, everything, and the average is 72. We're targeting at 25, and that also triggers, when you get down that low, it also triggers some additional Rhode Island energy incentives. So, yep, that's another reason for hitting that target. And as I go through, if there are any questions, please stop me and ask. Tina mentioned the life cycle cost analysis. As part of this stage of the project, our basis of design is a ground source heat pump system, and that's option 1 over there on the left. And then we also provided description for 2 other systems so that we could compare and see what the best performing system was. Option 2 is an air source heat pump system, which it doesn't use anything in the ground. It's just an air-cooled heat pump. And then option 3 is a hybrid, a combination of those 2. And from the cost estimates that we got across that top line of values there, it shows the total initial cost. And options 1 and 3, they're about the same. And then option 2 was a little over $1 million less, and that's initial cost. Those next couple columns there are all just annual maintenance, energy costs, things like that. Pretty small numbers in comparison to the overall initial cost. Then there's a replacement cost in there, and there's some at year 15, some at year 20, where the original equipment will need to be replaced. That's calculated in there. And then these designs are eligible for rebates and incentives. Options 1 and 3, those have geothermal aspects, and those have the biggest rebates and incentives involved, included with the design. They're what are they? A little under $3 million, $2.5 million difference between options 1 and 3 and 2. And then down at the bottom, those last 2 lines, those show the life cycle cost for the different systems. So the top line there, the gold line, is without the Inflation Reduction Act, and the bottom line is with the Inflation Reduction Act. The Inflation Reduction Act will qualifies any renewable energy sources like geothermal, PV, for 30% incentive on that. And so that bottom line there is what is also plotted on the chart. And what it shows is even though that initial costs for options 1 and 3 are $1 million higher at year 0 when the building is complete, over the life of the school, over a 30-year lifespan, even though that red line is the geothermal, and even though it starts out $1 million higher with the initial cost, by the time you get to year 30, it is clearly the lowest cost, and which is good. The most efficient system ends up being the lowest cost at the end of the 30-year cycle. A lot of that is due to the Inflation Reduction Act, which between year 2 and 3, that shows the $3 million or $3 million plus incentive that would be received from the IRA from the Inflation Reduction Act for installing a geothermal system, as well as the PV that's factored in there too. I don't know. There's a lot of information up there. Are there any questions? Okay. And just wanted to give a quick summary or quick explanation of that geothermal system. Currently, we have shown a 80 well-filled geothermal site, and each one of those circles represents one of the well fields, and it's going to be each well is going to be 500 feet deep. It's got a 2-inch pipe that goes down. It's a closed loop. That 2-inch pipe comes back up, and they're all tied together, and they run into the school. They pipe into school, which that upper right graphic shows. Yep, there's going to be each loop will have a pipe coming out to the loop and a pipe going back. That loop is completely closed from the groundwater. When that water goes down in the 2-inch pipe, the energy is transferred through the pipe to the ground. There's no connection between the water in that pipe and the groundwater. I think that was a concern earlier, or a question earlier. So just want to make sure we'd address that. And then the water from the well field goes into the school, feeds heat pumps distributed throughout, which are shown on that one. The red rectangular boxes represent the heat pumps that will be distributed throughout the school, with piping feeding those and heating and cooling all the spaces.
Real quickly, the large red box at the lower right, that's the intake of the water.
Yeah, that's the main mechanical room there. Yes, absolutely, and that's where from the well field that is planned south of there, the geothermal piping will come into the building, into pumps that then distribute it out to the school.
And then push right back in.
And then, yep, right back out.
Thank you.
Yep. Anybody else? Any questions?
Do we know yet what the annual cost savings would be for this?
With the annual what?
The annual energy cost savings, like versus what we're paying now for energy from Wickford Metal versus what this is going to do for us?
Don't think we have that yet. We haven't gone over that yet.
No, but so that won't be an apples to apples comparison because currently the existing school it has heating throughout, but it only has cooling in the cafeteria, and then there's some window AC units, and this will have cooling throughout. So that's it actually will end up being less than the current school, even though because it's such an efficient system, and the building envelope is a high performance building envelope compared to the older, much leakier existing building. So
has there been any schools in Rhode Island that have, or Mass or somewhere that have done this that we could look at and see, just to give like the citizens a
reference point.
Yeah.
Reference point.
Yeah, not right this second, but if there is anything out there that would be just helpful in explaining anything to the citizens about why there's value beyond just that it's a good thing for the environment.
Yeah.
Which just like a similar school overall, is that where you're?
Yeah, just like something like
their
old
costs went
old
down by
school
like
egg,
7% or
new
whatever,
school
yeah.
better.
Yeah.
This is what
Yeah.
they have found over the past couple of years. Like something like that might be helpful for us because I hear what you're saying about how it's not apples to apples because we're going to be offering more with this new system. So
Yes,
we won't be able to do that math ourselves, but maybe just giving some comparisons. If that's a big ask, it's okay.
Oh, no.
To not.
And actually, that graph that you have where it shows the our target of the 25 EUI versus what the sort of average EUI of a building is in Rhode Island right now, or a school, that's very indicative about just the inefficiencies versus what an efficient building envelope, and then the systems that are used to heat, cool, and ventilate. And then that next slide, I just think it's just want to highlight, you do have that annual cost of energy with the new system, and you can it is a low number, and that does account for the PVs on the roof.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Yes.
And to add to that, RIDE requires for all new construction, school construction in Rhode Island, to have an energy utilization index, the EUI 30 or below, which is very stringent for, especially if the building say it's not net zero, but with the net zero it's easily achievable and obviously uses less energy.
How would this differ if we didn't have the Inflation Reduction Act discount, if you will, I'll call it, for this project? How would that affect this graph on the right? I mean, that's something else we can explain to the public, that we have this opportunity to lower the initial heavy lift investment Just out of curiosity, do you have any idea of how that would look over a 30-year term?
Yep. So the second line from the bottom there. Is there?
Well, I mean,
Okay.
no,
Yeah.
So don't touch it though.
So this line here shows what the life cycle cost is without the Inflation Reduction Act.
Oh, okay.
So it still ends up being, the geothermal will still end up being less than the other two overall, but it just, with that, it drops it down, $3 million, a little over $3 million.
My eyes are not that good. That's
Okay.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you.
I just have a quick question, and I
Oh, it's in there?
know
Yeah,
very
yeah, yeah.
little about.
Please,
geothermal.
ask away.
No worries, but just
One
Yeah,
of
I think.
the
But
understandings
it's
that
not
I
summer.
have is like in the summer, when it's very hot, that heat is transferred to the ground, to the soil, to the rocks. What's the environmental impact on that?
Yep. So, fantastic question. In the summer, as the school is cooled, it's going to pull energy out and it's going to add heat into the ground. And then in the winter, when it's heating in the building, it's cooling the ground, so that on an annual basis, that there is no net change in the temperature. So in the if there may be a seasonal fluctuation, but overall, I mean, with the way the design ends up being, that there is no net change to the.
But even during the summer, when the heat is being dissipated into the soil, it's not harming
Nope.
trees, grass, anything along those lines. I mean, I get that then with the winter and the heat going in, it's kind of a net zero.
Right.
But when it's actively, I mean, we get temperatures 90, 100 degrees in the summer. We're a coastal community. That heat going into the ground is going to have no effect environmentally on plants, animals, anything.
No, it will not. Each of the wells is 500 feet deep, and if, say, the average groundwater temperature is 50 degrees, in the summer it's going to get a little warmer, so it might get up to like 52, 53 degrees like that, and then over the course of the winter and everything, it's going to drop back down so that it gets back down to 50. So I mean, there's a limited
But the
impact.
minimal heat change while it's actively changing
Yes.
doesn't cause any kind of environmental. Okay.
Correct.
All right, are there any other questions?
One other question.
Yep.
The cost of electricity.
Yes.
We're net zero, this is great, but there will still be, correct me if I'm wrong, there'll still be charges from Rhode Island Energy for distribution, transmission, things of that nature, right?
Yep.
So it's not that we're gonna walk away with zero electric bill from Rhode Island Energy. There will be costs afterwards, correct?
Correct. So with the net metering, when you in the summer, the system will generate more electricity than you're using, and you build up energy credits with the utility. And then in the winter, when you're using more energy than they can generate, then you're using those credits. And so that, again, at the end of the year, it's zero. But to what you said, even though all the energy is zero, there are, the utility still will have some. You get the equal amount back on the transmission charges and all that, but you still will pay. There's like taxes and tariffs and things like that that are
It says
built.
right on your bill.
Yes, that those don't go away.
still be there.
There will still be a smaller, much smaller, but there will still be.
And that's included in these overall numbers, right?
Yes.
The savings over 30 years does include those type of maintenance costs that be passed on.
Yep, it includes an annual maintenance cost that's built in and escalates each year for those over those 30 years. Yes.
Any other questions or thoughts?
This bus making chips, absolutely giddy.
It actually,
Right.
that's a very good, our report card is on the high side, which is tracking in a very good place. And then, the other thing that I want to just share that's exciting about all this, and we've talked about it in multiple meetings, is this is an opportunity for the children to use the school as a tool for learning. And Dr. Duva and Rob have talked about how you capture that data. It's there's data collection and data observation and data analysis that can come from this, in addition to just being around these systems and learning about them. So the awareness that this builds, it's tremendous. I mean, it's not just that your bills are going to go down. It just is the sort of life that keeps giving to the project overall. And just this discussion also increases awareness about it. So it is a wonderful commitment that North Kingstown has made towards this.
Really positively giddy talking about like
Yeah.
energy data.
It's really exciting. It really is. So
How do you select, I assume it's a separate contractor for the geothermal project? Do you use somebody who is doing that portion of the construction?
Right. So
Or does it go out to bid?
when the construction manager is on board, the construction, and in this case, it's going to be a construction manager, I believe, like a CM at risk. So that defines the word risk. Sort of. It actually, they renamed it because everyone concerned about the word risk.
Worked on that.
They call it construction manager as constructor or something, something like that. But basically, what happens is that that company will bring in subcontractors and any needed vendors to build the building from a turnkey, like from A to Z. So it's a turnkey construction. So they will procure, pre-qualify and procure subcontractors. That part of that will be a site subcontractor that will probably have. There is a tier, so sometimes the subcontractor brings a sub, so it's called a sub-sub. So they bring somebody under them, and that happens during site development. That happens in electrical, like the low voltage system. Sometimes there's a few tiers under them. So this process happens during at the end of stage 3, which is at the end of the design phase.
In my mind, that this seems to be a very sensitive component of this project that we built, not we, but we have the knowledge to build new schools and modern schools, and it's not old hat, but it's something I can do very effectively. But this particular project, I think, is something we need to keep an eye on.
So the benefits of using, going with the CM at risk method, delivery method, versus like the lump sum GC or a design build in some cases, although design build could also probably be that, but the benefit is that the owner is part of the procurement process. So unlike Massachusetts that has some, like for example, there's like things that are called filed subbids, which it's an open bidding process for subcontractors. In Rhode Island that doesn't exist as much. So in the CM at risk approach, I have a whole presentation on that at some point, but in the CM at risk approach, when so first of all, you pre-qualify and you bring in a CM, and hopefully that CM is a reputable and able company. Then they have a pre-qualification list and criteria for subcontractors, and the owner can add to that. So if I'm the OPM, like I typically go through it and I say, okay, well maybe we need to add this, this, and that, so that you can pre-qualify the subcontractors. Then that gets that goes out and they solicit different subs. They get bids back, and the owner can be part of the descoping process. So when the bids from the subcontractors come in, there is a process that's called the descoping process. So you sit in these meetings and you go through they go through the scope, and usually the designer is part of that, the engineers are part of that, and then they give the best and final cost. So in that sense, the entire team participates in making sure that the subs that are awarded the project are the most qualified and do know what it entails. So
I'm just concerned in public projects, people are looking for the lowest bid, but not necessarily the highest quality company or high quality company.
Right.
So I'm just saying that publicly now. That's something we keep an eye on, because that could be something that could really throw a wrench.
pre-qualification of subcontractors is the key to get the most sort of qualified and able builders, subs on the team, and that pre-qualification criteria, it exists and it can be developed to even make it as stringent as you would like it to be. In that sense, your lowest will be still the most qualified. If they're not pre-qualified, they're not able to submit,
bid, yeah.
which is a good thing in this case.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're going to go into the estimate. Yeah, thank you.
No, that way? Am I going the right way?
Yeah, there's a couple of ways you can.
There's one more?
That is there for
We're going
reference.
to the numbers now.
Also time. We're on number
Okay.
2.
Okay, here we go. So here we are at the numbers. So the budget is just over 77 million, and the package that we're submitting and that you've seen, right there, nailed it. So the breakdown of this is we break it down to the hard costs, which is really your construction costs, which includes your contingencies, your escalation. Then below that, you have your soft costs, which are professional fees. We have commissioning is included in that number. And then you have these other costs, which are FF&E, which is furnishers, fixtures, and equipment, and technology. So everything. I think on Monday someone described that you turn the building upside down, everything that falls out. That's your FF&E package. Demolition of the existing building and abatement of the existing building. But what's also included in that 5.5 million is over $1 million of allowance for environmental conditions. I know there's some questions to make sure that there's enough money carried in this budget to cover the unknowns at this stage. So there's a more than adequate amount, which is more than is typically carried at this stage. So the strategy of getting this project on budget is really, number one is the scope efficiencies and really your kind of clarifications. We received a cost estimate from the estimator about almost 2 weeks ago. And within that, we're early in design, as you know. It's kind of a pre-schematic package before we go to the additional phase. So there's limited amount of information in the document, still quite a bit in there, but the estimator has to kind of fill in the blank with their best practice. So they put a lot of information in there to fill in the blanks, and we spend week and a half going line by item through there and stripping out things that aren't necessary, which brings that number closer to where we want to be. And adjacent to that is scope adjustments is item number 2, which are add alternates. So this is a strategy, a tried and true strategy that we use, trying to get the most for the money that you have in this project. So some items that don't kind of fit within that $77 million budget that you have, we're going to continue to design them and estimate them as we go forward. We do have design contingencies, healthy ones, built into the estimate. And as we move forward through the next phases, in stage 3, SD, DD, and CD, we continue to estimate the project. And as those contingencies lessen, there's more information in the documents, you get a really closer, more accurate estimate. And the idea is to work those add alternates back into the project for you guys. So that's something that we often do on many projects to keep it on track. And just for example, here are some of the add alternates, and these would be listed in the stage 2 report. I'm going to read from here; it's hard to see the screen. Some examples on the site are outdoor learning courtyards, and we know they're precious. We'd love to work those back in there, so that's something we're going to design and continue to design and estimate and work those in. Economical paving, the softball field full replacement. We're showing in the documents now shifting the existing softball field to kind of maximize parking and site circulation. But as an alternate would be to keep it in its current location, replace the outfield because that's where the geothermal fields would be drilled and staging areas, and also improve some of the drainage on the infield. The baseball multi-purpose field, no irrigation system. We're going to track the bleachers, sod seed instead of sod, so it takes a little bit longer for the fields to grow in, and also the dugouts. Building alternates, we're going to continue to look at making this building more efficient. It's a really efficient layout to begin with. We're going to take a look at the size of the gym and the cafeteria, see if we can tighten those up a bit as we move forward. Things like corridor widths. If we could squeeze 4 inches or 8 inches out of a corridor that stacks 2 stories, the square footage adds up. So that's something we'll continue to track and continue to tighten the building up as much as we can without compromising the program, of course. The larger generator, the 250 kilowatt generator, we'll continue to track that. Architectural design elements, it's kind of vague, but for instance, we're reducing the amount of glazing, maybe 10 or 20% on the building, which in the grand scheme of things, it's not quite noticeable, but it adds up in costs. And then other alternates, additional alternates like flooring materials and stuff like that. We're continuing to track.
Can I ask a question before you go on to the next page?
Actually, I think that was the last one as far as the
Okay.
budget. Yeah, good timing. Yeah.
So, a couple questions. So, the softball field, if you didn't change anything, would it still be like regulation, or would it be?
It'd be the same softball field that you have now.
Like literally
yes.
the exact same one?
The exact same.
Okay.
Yes, of course.
So it would just be, if we went with this, it would just be like improving it, correct?
Improved, yeah, because the outfield will be dug up to
Okay.
drill the wells and for staging areas for the contractors, lay down areas. So at the end of construction, the final phase would be to refinish it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, yeah.
For the, talking about the generator, I know that I don't watch every minute of the building subcommittee meetings, but I know there was talk about generators and like the emergency shelter. Is the plan that's currently in place the same size generator that is currently in the building, or is it different?
Question.
It's larger than the existing.
So the current plan has a bigger generator than what we currently have? Am I saying that?
Well, the big building is bigger.
Okay, but it would be
the
like
current-
in scale, right? Okay, all right. And then I guess my other question is, so is there a way, like, is there a dollar figure associated with these ads somewhere?
Yes, we have that. We have this tracked.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sure. Any other
It is
questions?
all part of the application, so in the link that we shared, it's all in there.
It
the
is in there?
cost.
Okay.
Yes, every single thing that you see here, it's in there in like a more developed way. There is like thousands of pages.
Yeah, I like poked around in there and I was like, that is so much information. Everyone
Believe it or not, before we used to have to make one gigantic PDF. I mean, my laptop would not even handle that kind of combining
even
or
imagine.
anyone's computer wouldn't even open that PDF, but that's what they required. So I'm actually very happy that we have a portal in place. We can just throw bits
document
and
that by
pieces of
document,
information.
yeah.
which is
All right,
a lot
I'll go
easier.
look for that. Thank you.
I just have one more question. The roof will be covered pretty much with solar panels.
Correct.
I've been hearing back and forth over the years, there's health effects from it, there's no health effects from it. Are these safe to have on a school?
You want to speak to this one?
Yeah, there's, the PV panels that are up on the roof, I mean, yes, there's no health concern or.
I mean, there are health concerns, because I know my significant other was a firefighter, and they had to take special training for a building that's on fire that has solar panels.
So yes,
Fire
that is true. Yes, so
Because there are
there is special
toxins
training
released.
because we had to do that.
Absolutely, for that piece, yes. Normal daily operation, there is no health.
But if there were, let's say, a fire on the school,
Yep.
there's a potential for a lot of toxins in that environment.
Yes, correct. Yep, I mean, not only from the PD, but just, from the school in general, if there is, then yes, there would be a fire or something, there would be toxins, from other sources, not just the PD. But yeah, that is definitely with batteries and things, there's, in PD, there's definitely.
And I'm assuming the fire department knows all this.
Part of the application and then part of the next phase of design, we actually have to meet with all of the authority having jurisdiction, we call them the AHJ's entities. That includes police, fire. We already started a conversation on that, and we will continue. So that's definitely part of the process.
I believe that concludes our presentation. If there are no more questions, I think we'll jump back to this.
No, see, we're going back.
Yeah, back.
At the beginning.
We're going to the CAP, and then we're going to the final.
Okay. Where were they? Right there. Okay.
Right here. Okay.
So first of all, I'm Jim Podgers, Rouse Architects. We've been working with the administration in collaboration with the building committee as well to work out. We basically did an assessment of all of your schools, came up with a list of items that could be potential projects, and from those big lists, we got it drummed down to a point where we've actually selected 17 or 18 projects across the board to keep the cost with the projection that's indicated in the slideshow. Some of those costs are associated with security vestibules, for instance, HVAC upgrades, which includes building management systems, ADA requirements, building new walls in open classroom environments like Stony Lane, the addition to Fishing Cove, the original addition, and also Quinnesset. So we are working hard relative to putting the numbers associated with that in terms of what those costs are. Obviously, building in some infrastructure in terms of contingencies, because again, it's a stage 2, it's schematic design, and we know we have to develop those projects further on to make sure that we still stay within the budget that we've established as part of the stage 2 submission.
And the total, the projects themselves, the list of projects remained unchanged since the last vote. I believe that the number may have changed slightly, right? A little bit lower.
Yeah, so the number is lower, and I can, we can talk about that as well, because on Monday we did go through the entire list and went through those changes. So we can do that with the committee as well. So on the final list with the new estimates after you went through everything, there were some changes. Mostly, the biggest changes were under the vestibules and the windows. The security vestibules did come up differently, some of them higher. I know you sent an explanation on it. I just want to explain that now to the committee, just the reasons why those cost estimates were
some of it has to do with, like, for instance, Quinnesset, the security vestibule is a lot smaller than what we're using for Stony Lane. And a lot of that has to do with sort of existing conditions in terms of egress out of the building, but next to the vestibules. And in some cases, we're actually using the security vestibule as a way to get out of the building if there was an emergency situation. So all of the security vestibules are set up to be fail-safe. So that means if there was a condition that arose in a building, you still can exit through the security vestibules to get out of the building, for instance. But the configurations kind of vary from building to building, and in some cases we're reutilizing existing exterior doors that are already tied into a security system that we can reutilize as part of the construction of the new security vestibules to kind of keep the costs down as much as we possibly can, but also add some improvements to those vestibules and entrances to make it more welcoming as part of that whole vernacular for vestibules.
So I think the number is actually higher, not lower than what we've.
The overall, the bottom line,
No,
and because some items were streamlined a little bit, so they went down.
I'm talking about the overall number.
No, it's lower, because I compared it the other night from what we had from one to the other.
From what we approved in August.
Oh, from I'm
the last time the school committee approved.
Okay, I'm talking about all the renditions that we've had.
Yeah, because
so
the one we
from
voted
the last,
on to what we are seeing tonight, it's $175,000 higher. So it did change.
From back in the May.
Yeah.
I don't have
No,
that.
not from May. I'm talking about, we voted on this on August 20th.
Yeah.
And it has increased $175,000 since then. And it's those vestibules with a few
Right.
other minor changes.
Right.
So it's not the same, it is higher.
It's not lower, it's higher.
It's not lower, I just want to make that clarification.
What I had said, I was comparing it to the last, so a revision from August to what we were working on up until Monday.
So it's less than.
It was
what-
less than
It could have been
that,
higher.
but higher
is
than
what I'm
that.
hearing, Kevin.
I'm talking about what was actually approved.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just saying that our confusion.
Yeah.
Like my confusion.
Okay.
Is there
I was
anything
looking at a
else
different
that impacted the, so I hear that the vestibules increased the price a little bit, but then some things went down a little bit. Is there anything else
Well,
of note?
I think too, from what would have been the roofs, because we're going with the
That was in the last one.
Was that
The
the
last-
last? I don't have
so
it.
The August 20th one had the 30-year roofs versus
Yeah,
the
the built-up
20-year roofs.
The
systems
things that
versus,
changed
yeah.
from August 20th, when we last saw this, to this one, were the increases in the vestibules. There were like one new item added, and then two other things went up by like $1,000. There were very small
Right.
changes. It was the major increases were the vestibules. So I guess my one question is, and I understand that you went back and you did like actual estimating work on the vestibules. Is there, and I know you can't see in the future, but is there anything else on this list that is likely, because we've had a couple like re-estimations, are we fairly confident as we can be today that nothing else is gonna?
I believe so,
Okay,
yes.
okay,
I feel fairly confident in
okay.
that.
Yeah, and I understand things change, but I just, making sure that nothing else is gonna really, jump up dramatically once it's re-estimated, because we had that big swing in the walls, and then now the big swing in the other direction.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Other questions?
And the other thing I just want to clarify is that, I don't know if this is the right time to talk about this, but the revolving fund, like the bond funding versus like the other projects that we're including in the stage 2 submission. So one of the additions that got added was the BMS, supposedly because we were doing the HVAC and it made sense to do them both together. But now those are the projects that have come off the list and are.
So I'd like to take a few minutes to explain that.
Okay.
So it was very challenging to say what are we going to do and what are we not going to do, because all the projects are needed. So I went through it with Chris, then we called Jim and had a conversation with Jim of what would make sense, in the most sense, practical sense of saying, okay, we can remove this right now and say we will do this project, which are the building management systems, if we have money from capital and money from savings in other places. Because other things start pulling apart really didn't make sense to be pulling apart. You can't pull apart roofs. The other things I started looking at, little items, didn't add up to enough to pull out. And I will say some of the things I was started with was like the bottle filling stations. But then Chris and I were going over and we were like, those are some of the things people are really asking for. So like, why are we doing that, right? Now that no one's asking for a BMS, right? But we had to kind of like go through, like, what are we doing? Then it was, well, the last thing we put in that wasn't there before was adding the walls at the schools. Well, we know we want to add the walls for educational enhancements and safety reasons. Well, can't do one building and not another building, right? So looking at it and looking at the numbers, I did go back and say, okay, well, what if we don't do Fishing Cove and pull Fishing Cove out, because most of Fishing Cove does have walls, some of it doesn't, right? And then you do Stony Lane and you do Quinnesset. Well, then it still wasn't enough. Well, now what school do you do? You have Stony Lane and Quinnesset. What school? If you do one school, someone says, well, why aren't you doing the other school? So when we really looked at the projects, it made the most sense, even though we added the BMS, because we know it's going to make the building more efficient, it makes sense that we pull those out. And we can do that after and talk about how you can do that after. There's a risk, because it could increase the price, right? We're not doing it when we say we're doing it. So there's a risk with that, right? That it will increase with anything that we're doing. But that's what, in looking at kind of what would make sense, would be the items. We did leave the BMS in there for Quinnesset because it's a partial finish, and we did leave it in there for Davisville Middle School because if we're building a new Wickford, we want to make sure we're trying to make these middle schools equitable, and if we're going to be putting AC inside DMS as well, which is there, then let's have the full system in place there. So those were the reasons of the decision, the reasons why we made those decisions and why this memo to the school committee has the BMS systems at Davisville Academy, Fishing Cove, Forest Park, Hamilton, Stony Lane removed. And then the other thing we removed was something that Chris pointed out. We are removing, I know something you guys questioned, was the replacement of the gym operable wall. There are other ways of doing it, so we're pulling it out. Chris was part of a project in East Providence, similar size. Do you want to speak up on?
Sure. There was a 92-foot articulating wall, big, heavy wooden panels that tracked through the ceiling. We took that wall down that hadn't moved in about 9 years and had it removed and replaced it with a vinyl and net drop-down curtain that divides the gym in half, which is retractable up to the curtain if you want full gym access. that came in for a 92 by 22 foot curtain at $35,000. So there's a significant savings that can be realized rather than reinstalling a heavy wooden moving door. Because the vinyl is easier, it's going to last longer, it's lighter, it's just a very, very comparable product.
And so when you look at this total cost, it's at $4,432,500, which is more, right, than what we need to remove. But we know that excess, I want us to say, remember it was like around $125,000, I think. You probably already did the math. It was around $125,000, more than enough to do what Chris is talking about, and then there's some contingency funds for something else.
And again, I think, just to be clear, like our goal would be somehow, who knows what will happen, in that we might be able to do all of the projects, but I think for me especially, like making sure that we're being extremely transparent about, hey, if we are above what the bond is, if that's not possible, these are the things that most likely won't get done, because I don't want people to think, oh, this is definitely happening, and then it's getting removed. And so I appreciate, Ken, your thoughtfulness on how you approach that, because it's not an easy task. And again, it might have been for nothing, because we might be able to do everything, but I do think it's important for us to at least have thought through that before we go out to the community and really start educating them.
We have those projects, right?
Yeah.
So when we put this out there, we'll make sure that it's very clear. Here is what's going to be covered in the bond. Here's what will be a revolving fund if there's funds, and that way people aren't questioning what's happening.
No, and thank you, like Erin said, that was a very well thought out, it makes sense to me, I understand why you did it, and I can see that you went through the if this then that, and that doesn't work, and that was what we asked you to come back with what was not going to fit, and we didn't want it to be last in, first out, and it wasn't, and so thank you for explaining why what went in has now come out. It was a thought through process, and that's all we can ask for.
Welcome.
My only other question is, can you just explain revolving fund? What that word,
Yes. So, it was a word we kind of came up with of what that would be. So, we're calling it revolving, but it's any funds that we have each budget cycle as surplus.
It makes it sound like there's money sitting somewhere to pull from.
Yeah.
I think I understand where you're coming from, Jim, but I think for maybe the way we would want to talk about it is if we had a different funding source, say we had a budget year where
we
we
can call it
ended
a
up having
secondary
overage,
fund, right? It's not it's the secondary funding source that we're using from surplus from each budget cycle, as well as any savings that we have or reimbursements.
But also, it might come from the bond, depending on, say some magic happens and things come in less than they anticipated, there may be things there that we can utilize as well. So I think that's an important, it's unlikely, but could
in
possibly
my mind,
happen.
it's money that if we have it, we're going to spend it, but we don't know where it's coming. Revolving makes it sound like it's out there, and we're just going to, right now it doesn't exist, right?
Right now, we do not have 4.4 million.
No, I know. And we have no identified source to get it.
It would be what we have, surplus each year.
But having it in there allows us to.
Oh, no, I get what
I
you're
know,
saying.
but I think that's the important piece is because people are going to question why is it over, and I think it's important to know it's over because you want to make sure that you can get the reimbursement from RIDE, that it's part of those plans, and that if there is a funding source identified, then we can benefit from that. Because if it's not in, it's not getting that.
That's
And
right.
we're not going to do this for a bit. So, okay. Any other questions on this? Because we do need an approval from the school committee. Jody's definitely regretting her choice of deferring to second, so apologies for that. So we need to, Ken, you want to outline for us what decision you
Yeah, I actually have a
perfect.
slide for that. Hold on.
Did you write the motion for us? Because that would be great.
I did not.
Feel free next time. Okay, so
this is just a summary of what we
Thank
need
you.
an approval on. So the total is there, and it's just a snapshot of what the RIDE portal looks like. But we do need an approval from the school committee. We're seeking for approval to move forward and submit the stage 2 to RIDE, and it's a RIDE requirement that we get that approval.
I'll make a motion to approve that.
As presented. As presented. Second.
Okay. And that, Jen, just to clarify, that means the number and all of the things that they talked about, it's the whole stage 2.
Yes.
Do we need to do separate? We can just vote on it like that. Okay. All right. So we have a motion and a second. Further discussion. Okay. We'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your work on this, all of you. I know
Yeah.
this has been a long and winding road.
This deserves a clap. I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Okay.
Big.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Do you want to take your?
Inga,
Oh,
do you want me to give you the signed letters? You have it?
I could take a. Is it? Okay.
Sign on.
Yeah.
Here.
No, that's not.
That's fine, I just
That's
didn't want
not
them
an
to leave and then be like.
Yeah. This side.
What's that?
He needed a letter.
He just he's
Yeah, but
wet.
why he decided.
I don't think so. He's used that.
That income, that's part of it.
That was my
So,
question.
That's part of it.
So
Can't decide.
No, yeah, like
It's
do.
one and two. One and two. A one and two.
Just check. Yeah, I just want to make sure that like, I'm sure Ken's right. But yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah, A
Just-
one and two.
I just don't want them to go and then be like, ah. Oh, did somebody motion? No. Okay, why not?
People just left.
Okay,
I'll make a
I'll
motion.
move, yeah, 5-minute recess.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
there.
5-minute recess.
Okay, a second.
Yeah, great. All in favor?
Aye.
That's okay.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to extend that.
Hold on, I don't know if we're back. Yeah, we're back, okay.
I will preemptively make the motion to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so that's, that we know what we did. Okay, so we are still in the CIP one. We have the last one, which is discussion of RFQ. So Dr. Duba, anything on that?
When I asked about this, why it was on the agenda, it was for a discussion point, so
Oh, yeah.
I'm kind of throwing it back at you guys. Sorry.
No, that's okay. So, do you want me to take this, Erin?
Feel free.
Okay, so a concern was raised to me by a citizen regarding the process that we used in deciding to go with a new middle school versus a renovation. And so in the interest of full transparency, I wanted to have this addressed in an open meeting. So I know that in March, at our request, Perkins Eastman had provided a proposal for preparing the feasibility study where we did the information on renovations versus expansions or replacement of each school. We didn't do any proposals or estimates from any other firms. It's my understanding, after speaking with our attorney, that we followed all proper purchasing procedures. And so, you know, we did everything by the book, but I just wanted to discuss, you know, why we did what we did, and so that, you know, that's out there for the public to see that, you know, nothing was done underhandedly, and that we're confident in the fact that we have our
Follow the protocols that we had.
and not just the protocols, but that we're confident in the fact that Perkins Eastman is an appropriate company to be quoting for us on renovations.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if you
They,
could just,
they are, and
yeah.
they went through. They provided, you know, what the renovation costs are, as well as other costs for us to make those decisions.
And so I know the question that was raised was, you know, Perkins Eastman specializes in new, they're not a renovation, so, you know, was there any thought to go into a company to get a quote that did not specialize in new and maybe specialized in, like, renovating old buildings?
That, no.
Okay, discussed, and
No, you know, because we already had an architectural firm on hand, and, you know, they worked with their, you know, partners to get that information for us and provide the information to us, you know, our little company, and, you know, that was the data that we had and the information that we use moving forward.
yeah, I mean, I'm comfortable with what Perkins Eastman gave us. I'm comfortable with the fact that not renovating, going new is the way to go with Wickford, and, you know, I don't know if anybody else has any comments, but I just thought it was important because somebody had raised the issue that we address it.
Well, I had a question from a gentleman, I don't know if it's the same one or not, but this person had said, what we should do is rehabilitate and look at the cost of rehabilitation of renovating the old structure. And one of the examples this person cited was Thompson Middle School over in Newport. So a while ago, many months ago, I went over and took a look at it, and it's a long way from being a renovation. It looks like 2/3, or at least a large portion of the school, is a new build attached to a renovated older part of the old facility. So I thought it was important to get quotes about the renovation versus a new build. It looks like the new build came in at a lower price. We'll get new facility efficiencies and other things without any of the hidden surprises we might still find with renovations or changes if we keep the old structure in place. So I feel comfortable with that, and hopefully that answers that question directly. And thank you for bringing it up too. Thank you.
Anything else on that? Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so we're gonna make a motion. So we had moved ESSER up, but then we are going to make a motion to move item A under new business to be the next item on the agenda, which is summer school update. So can I get a motion?
So
second,
moved.
please?
Second.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Great, okay. Summer school.
Thank you. So I'm here to present some information regarding what occurred over the summer. We had nearly over 350 students receiving academic support. I want to thank all our summer school teachers, teacher assistants, principals, clerks, custodians, and the coordinators that made this happen. It is no small feat, and we had some really successful programs, as you'll see. The first one I want to talk about is the K-5 MTSS Success Academy. The coordinator was Abigail Rosner. That met 4 days a week for 3 weeks.
95% of students met their individual reading goals, 97 met their writing goal, and 95 met their math goal. This program had 180 students referred to it, 52 enrolled. We had 53 parents decline and 76 no responses. We are looking and planning ahead for next year on how to increase participation in this program. We sent out many recruitment emails, both hard copies, phone calls, emails, but we were very happy with the success of the students who attended the program.
A question on that?
Yep.
Good, thanks. Excellent. This is great to get students over the summer to work on these skills, particularly ELA and math, needless to say. But the reading goals, writing goals, and math goals, is that based on an individual students' basis, but it's not based upon any type of at-grade level performances?
It is not. So we based it on the spring STAR and CBM assessments, which are a little bit more detailed reading and math assessments. So it was individual goals, and they met. Usually, it's within that 3-week period, what's projected to increase student. I mean, we have to remember this is only 3 weeks. It's not a full cycle of MTSS, which would be 6 to 8 weeks. So we predicted out goals from there. Oftentimes, it gives us the suggested increase for that amount of time, and that was the percentage of students that met that goal for the growth within those 3 weeks. So, really, when we look at summer school, we're looking about stopping the summer slide. Obviously, with the population, this was mostly Tier 3 students. We want to make sure we're also closing the gaps as much as we can, but it is, again, to make sure that they're continuing with the skills and we don't create a bigger summer slide than we normally would have. So that is really the goal of that.
Thank you.
Yeah. The next thing I want to talk about is, and you'll see that the summer school program for middle school that we had in the slide next, but in lieu of that, based on the data and what we learned from last year's middle school summer school program, we opted for a in-school, during the school, after-school program. So this program was offered for students by invite only. It met 2 times a week for 90 minutes across 6 weeks. So it was kind of a ramp-up program in the spring. And you'll see indicated at both buildings the number of students that were invited, how many signed up. At Whitford Middle School, there was some attendance issues, but 8 students regularly attended, and then you'll see the improvements they made academically in their core subject areas. So we, made a pivot from last year based on the summer school data and went to this during school option to show student growth, and felt like it was really successful, and we will continue with that.
Just to clarify.
Yep.
So we invited 34 students from Whitford Middle School, and 15 signed up, and only 8 were kind of going regularly. But we had 60 students out of the 65 invited from DMS.
Mm-hmm.
It's great.
It's wonderful.
That number.
Yes, that one.
Yeah.
That's
no,
right.
I just wanted to, that's
yeah.
a big number to be invited, and that's a big number to attend. So I just wanted to call
Yep, it was a really
that
successful
out
program at DMS.
Exactly.
Yep.
Thank you.
This was the 8th grade summer program, so as I mentioned, we scaled back the summer school option based on what we learned from the previous summer and went with just a kind of a ramp up to high school program with students working on the pre-algebra readiness skills and writing goals, which is where we see, and we often hear anecdotally at the high school, are the biggest areas of needs. We invited 45 students to this, 13 declined, 13 provided no response, and 18 attended. Still, you're seeing, 22% met their individual writing goal, 30. We had some problems with attendance on this. We're just seeing that middle school population, to get them in for the summer, maybe isn't the thing, so we're going to really go with our stronger program, which is during the school year, after school hours, where we provide the late bus. Our high school program, again, the 8th grade in high school was run by Bethany Caramile, our coordinator. We had some great results, 118 students taking over 183 classes, and that, when all was said and done, 162 passed those courses and earned credits. So it was a combination of 10 courses with live instructors and using the Edmentum platform as well to provide kind of the one-offs that had smaller populations. But for those courses that had a large number of students, we provided an in-person summer school, and that was 3 weeks, 5 days a week.
And those are the courses at the bottom that
Yep.
were.
Yep.
How do you select for those students?
That is based on failure.
Just, okay, so
Yep.
guidance will provide it.
Yes. Yeah.
What's failure again?
Failure for the course.
69 and below?
Yes, it's the year-end grade,
Yeah.
the final grade, 69 and below.
Yeah, all right.
Yep.
Just wanted to make sure we're all
So this was credit recovery is what
Yeah.
they're looking for over the summer program.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep.
Do we know, sorry, Jody, one question, go back to that for a second?
Yep.
Do we know how many earned
162 earned credits.
162 out of?
The 183 classes
Thank
that the
you.
118 students took.
Understood.
Yep.
Hold on, let me,
183 classes, 162.
some had to take more than one.
Correct,
Understood.
correct.
Great for them. But so,
183
No.
classes, 162 passed.
yeah.
Or received the credit that they needed for those courses. So 21.
So, high.
Yeah. Nope.
Okay. The best.
I'm going to have Lydia come up to explain the next one.
So Countdown to Kindergarten is a program that's run as a collaboration between the Office of Family Learning, our early childhood program, and the PTOs at the 5 elementary schools. This program has been in operation for a few years now as in the format that it is now, which it's held at each elementary school during the summer as a sort of meet and greet, get to know the school, opportunity to have connections between entering kindergartners and their new to be classmates and the families to meet one another as well. It's very much a like a playground event. The students, all the students, families who are registered at the time received an email invitation through Joanne Robitaille, as well as through the various clerks at the elementary schools. At the time, we had about 238 students who are registered. It was held at the very start of August this year. It includes free play, so to speak, on the playground, as well as a chance to ride the school bus. So each school, we have the school bus come to give the kids a chance to ride the bus and their families a chance to snap pictures of them from the bus and slow down, not to have the transportation as slowed down on the first day of kindergarten. But this year we were able to re-implement something that had been in the past, which is you'll see in that little corner photo, all the children received the same T-shirt that says class of, 2038. 37? Okay. Woo! So yeah, it's kind of scary. And that was a real treat because this is they'll all come together, obviously, and when they come to the high school, but they all are starting with that same shirt in their different schools. And it meant that no matter what school, we weren't leaning on the PTO to provide those shirts because the PTOs don't all have the same resources to be able to provide them. So the PTO was all present. They provided information to the families about how to get involved. They provided watermelon as a snack. And we, the Office of Family Learning, provided them with a book and resources, information about school and the school department.
That's a great event. We've done it a couple
Yeah.
times, and you know, I'm just reminded in Germany when they go to school for the first time, they get like this candy, this bag like of candy, and they just pumped about it, and they never forgot it.
Yeah.
They never forgot that too. That's a nice thing to do.
It's and
Maybe
our
throw a
and
little
our,
candy next time.
and our attendance has been improving. It's consistently good, and it gets better as people are becoming more accustomed to the new. Several years ago, it used to be held at the high school, and all the kindergarten classes from all the schools met as one single group. And it was moved to the individual schools after conversations with the school principals and various folks. And as folks have gotten to know this new routine, our numbers increase every year. So, and we
It's a great
work
presentation.
with the school, as you'll see, the school that has the lowest turnout is Quidnesset, and we do work closely to with some of the larger housing communities that feed Quidnesset to make sure to really help get the word out, whether it's both through like Kingstown Crossings has an email listserv, for example, that they'll send stuff to their residents and so forth. So, any questions? No. Do I click this along?
Yeah.
Yes, well.
Extended school year. I was lined up, ready to go. All right, so extended school year is a little bit different of a service. This is a service that students under IDA or receive special ed actually have to qualify for. There's a qualification form that happens once a year at their individual education program meeting. So it was, our coordinator was Julia Fano, who did an outstanding job. It's a very complex program because it says 4 to 5 weeks, 4 days per week, but not every student comes 4 days a week. Not every student comes 4 weeks. Not every student comes 5 weeks. The way we designed it is if they had need for a reading goal, they came in one day, writing goal another day, math another day, so that if they didn't need to be there, they weren't there, so that we could concentrate on the skills of the students. We had 138 students referred, 112 students accepted services. This is the one IEP service that a parent can cherry pick and say that they're not going to take, where typically they have to accept the entire individual education program of service. This is one where they can say, and I don't want to send my child over the summer. So 112 students accepted services in pre-K through 8. There were 16 students in grades 9 through 12, and we had 5 students doing transition work experience out in the community. These are older students who are getting ready to transition into the adult world, so they had some experiences there. We had 15 students do walk-in speech language services only. 5 students did walk-in OT services. And what we really worked on are the preschool readiness skills, reading, writing, and math were the typical ones. And we did have our related services, including adaptive PE, occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech and language, orientation and mobility, vision therapy, and music therapy for a select amount of students. All those based on their IEP goals. They essentially get continued into the summer, and our goal is to maintain skills over the summer, not necessarily to increase. If that happens, that's great, but the desire is to maintain. Any questions? Okay. Summer Squad, back to you, Lydia.
Sorry, I should have
It helps you stay awake. It's fine.
Okay. All right, so Summer Squad is a program that the Office of Family Learning hosts each summer. It's a 6-week summer learning program that's designed really to mitigate summer learning loss. So the goals are really to keep the kids engaged in fun, interactive learning activities that are facilitated by licensed teachers to help keep them engaging with math facts, keep them reading, keep them having fun. It's a longer program at 6 weeks. This was a big change for this year for us. We had a lot of changes in our program. Historically, it's been a partnership with the Recreation Department in North Kingstown and actually held on site at McGinn Park Playground Camp. This year, after some years of feedback from a lot, and especially from the teachers and the folks who were involved with running the camp, we separated from the physical space of the recreation program camp and operated it at Davisville Academy. In part of doing that, it really allowed us to further enhance the instructions because each teacher had their own classroom space that they could use and keep stuff at. It also meant that we actually were able to hire teaching assistants, trained teaching assistants who work in our schools to assist the teachers as opposed to relying on the recreation department counselors who, as lovely as they are not as skilled in this area as our TAs who are fantastic. We also were able to have a really strong collaboration with the recreation department to allow those families who are able to get a spot in the summer recreational playground camp to still engage with Summer Squad. So about half of our students, not quite half of the students who participated in Summer Squad were at Summer Squad in the morning and then left to finish their day at a playground camp. And some of the keys to the success of the program this year, I think, was our real heightened collaboration with not just the recreation department, but many different offices within the school department. And so I was very appreciative of what we were able to do, working to provide for the first time transportation for families. Almost a third of the students were McKinney-Vento eligible, which is really the largest number by far that we've had engaged in the program, and that was largely due to the ability to transport those children to the camp. We also worked with food services with Trish Cawley, and we're able to provide lunch to the children at the camp as well as a snack in the morning. So again, really helped meet the needs of the students who were there. And we also were able to collaborate so that those families who had their kids doing ESY were also still able to come to us on the days where they weren't at ESY. So it was a really effective mechanism to reach to provide a summer opportunity for some of our higher needs families and do so in a collaborative way that expose them to new things and new ideas and help build their skills in a fun way. So that was our program, about 45 students. Any questions?
Yeah, is that based upon the invitation, based upon just who's eligible?
It's not.
Or was it a referral, or how was that?
Mm-hmm. That's a good question. It's not an invitation only. It's open to anybody, but we urge certain people, like I do personally invite the McKinney-Vento eligible family. I also serve as the McKinney-Vento homeless liaison for the school department. So I tell all of my families about it, but information about the program went out through the recreation department. It went out through different listservs. I reached out to all the school social workers and the elementary schools to encourage, and the principals to say if there are students that they wanted us to reach out to. So it was not
It was a wider net cast, but you got 45.
Yeah, so because not everybody wants to participate. Not everyone. We did try to. We asked folks to submit an interest form, and we did try to prioritize those who had academic need or didn't have access to other summer learning opportunities, or who wouldn't be able to afford a alternative pay. Our program is free, so.
It did not go out to the district, right?
It through what?
Like the listserv, like the one that we would email like to NKSD to all families.
No, I don't. It did not go through to a whole district.
So it was.
No, not through like a listserv. No.
Yeah. Okay.
But it was unless it was on, for example, the recreation flyer, which did go on like the fun flyers and all that, and then it went through the individual schools.
Yeah, it's fun to see. Like I was like, we had a wide net, but we didn't actually email.
But if it went into Fun Flyer, it did go to everyone. If it was part of Fun Flyers, it went to everyone. That goes up to the entire district.
It does. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions
I don't think there was
the
anything
summer?
else.
My only question was, are we keeping, when they decline, are we keeping track of why they're declining?
We try as best we can to gather that information. This year it wasn't a busing situation. a lot of times it's a timing issue, which we've already met at a state level with a whole team that's already planning summer learning for next year. The earlier the better. I think that the one feedback, and I asked all the coordinators is that question that we get is that parents have already paid for the camps, the vacations, the things like that, and we are always a little late to the game. No matter how early we try to be, we always miss the ball. So, I don't. It would be have to like post it now.
January.
Yeah.
No, it's honestly January.
Yeah, before people are making decisions about and paying for other things.
Having to make decisions about things.
We also have to line it up with academic.
No, I know,
academically,
but-
like when we know what kids need it. So it's a
Yeah,
balance.
it.
One of the things
we
just-
can't just line it up with like when summer programs go out.
Oh no, of course, but that was the question of when they're starting to make commitments. It's really honestly January, February.
I think, if I can just say, I think
Yeah.
a lot of families also need more extensive summer
The hours,
programming,
yep.
like than what our
Yep.
programs provide. Like summer squad's only the morning,
Ours is
and
morning,
CSS
yeah.
is only 3 weeks.
Yep.
So it's or it's only
Significant.
ESY is only a couple of days a week. So it's hard to manage in terms of household managing.
It's a big barrier.
Yeah, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the rest of the day or the rest of the week.
One of the questions I had was, I did have a concern about the amount of declines and the amount of no responses, and I'm glad that you all are looking at that for next summer, because I do think that we know we're not 100% are going to go, but that ratio is not, like, I feel like we can make some improvements on it with some intentional something that I'm sure you will think of, and let us know what resources might be needed. Did the criteria change for MTSS this year? There was some confusion I heard from constituents about, like, he used to go, but now he's not going, or they weren't waiting to get the letter, but then they didn't know when they were going to get it, and then they never got it, but they had gone other years. So was there a difference in
Sure.
how we invited or who we invited?
With the busing option, we went with our Tier 3 students who qualified for math and reading first, because it used to, back in the day, we offered you'd go either for math or for reading, and now it's a bundled thing. So we looked at our screening scores and those students that had been in our Tier 3 interventions and went with those first. At that point, we had 6 teachers, roughly 12 spots per grade, so we went with the highest need first and then worked back from that. We did spend a long time on that first group of 12 kids for each grade waiting for returns and responses, and maybe in the future we don't wait so long. We weren't getting them, we reached out again, and it delayed our process a little bit to get to the next echelon of kids to fill those spots, if you will.
So we did change how we were inviting and who we were inviting this year, and that resulted in fewer humans coming. But that's okay. We will learn from that, and then maybe do something different next year.
Yep.
Okay, no worries. I wanted to make sure I was clear on that because I was hearing it anecdotally, and so thank you for clarifying for me.
Did we notice any increase in attendance with offering transportation?
It's not apples to apples. So.
Right, I know.
I have the attendance sheets. I can look at that and get back to you.
Okay.
I have that data from both years, so I can.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I looked at it, and the programs we're offering a little different, so it's kind of hard to tell. But I hope that that's something that we can continue to offer, because I do think that makes a difference. I did want to touch on what Erin had said earlier. Like, the difference between the two middle schools is huge. Like, Whitford Middle School, about 9% of the population was referred. They had a 44% sign-up rate. 53% of those who went showed some type of improvement. DMS, approximately 14% of the population was referred. 92% sign-up rate, which is huge, and of those, 92% showed some type of improvement. So that's fabulous. Like, that's a great job. My question on DMS is that it's great. We're going to continue it. And so I guess it applies to WS too, but are they going to have to choose between academic support and extracurricular activities? Because I know the late bus at the middle school only runs twice a week.
Yeah, they will.
So that's something that
We extended to what, 4 days a week? For late buses for both?
Well, we had that conversation the other day of what the need is, because we're making sure we're offering what is needed,
Mhm.
not just saying, well, I have 4 days a week. So we started having that conversation at admin council the other day, talking
I
to
think
middle schools
Jen,
of what
Jen
we have.
did it as a
But
question,
as far
but it was
as-
a statement.
Yeah, but the
Yeah.
homework club, if you're going to homework club and you're going extra, yeah, you do have to make a choice.
So I think that's unfortunate because I think part of a school experience is being able to participate in everything a school offers,
Right.
and that is more than
And
academics.
we can look at that, but it's also a challenge of we only have so much time and
Yep.
so many days, and
We're also making
staff
an intentional
that can
choice not to do it
offer
during-
of what we can
Sorry.
provide. So we can look at it, but there's also only so much time and staffing and resources to be able to schedule that too. So
We did make a choice though to do it during the school year after school versus the summer though,
Mhm.
which is a choice.
Mhm.
So we made that choice and then that has that impact. So I just think maybe something that we could look at,
Mhm.
because I agree with Jen that we don't wanna,
Sure.
you know,
Yeah,
we
are
want.
you talking
we-
about providing homework club after school?
I'm talking about providing
The ramp up fee.
transportation.
Transportation, right. but
And
for
also
what-
the offering, like, so if I need this support, or my parents determine I
I'm
need
sorry,
this
I thought you were
support.
talking about after school.
I am talking about after school.
The
Okay.
middle school program
Yeah, middle school.
is
for
after
home-
school. The ramp up thingy
Yeah.
is after school during the school year.
And if after school is only offered at the same day as chess club,
Mhm.
and the bus only comes on Tuesday, then I have to choose, right? It's not like I could take after school on Wednesday and the academic support is, like at ARC, the high school is offered Tuesday and Thursday.
Right.
But there's other days that there are other things happening, so I can do both if I'm at the high school. It looks like when you look at the middle school that you have to choose.
Yes, and I think what I'm saying is some of it has to do with the resources and staffing we have of who we have and when they're available. We will look at that
Yeah.
again, but there is
Yeah.
that challenge.
And I guess my other statement is like last year when I looked at the days, things were happening on multiple
Mhm.
days, but the buses were only coming on the days that there were homework help days.
Mhm.
So maybe if it's a matter of like extending days, I just
Yeah,
don't
we can
want
talk about like
yeah.
transportation. That's
Yeah.
we're
No,
we were
straying, we're
just
straying,
having that
straying.
conversation
But-
on Wednesday, so we
yeah.
were-
I
Yeah.
don't want to see students having to choose
Sure.
if we can support them not having to.
Yeah.
That's my point. Yeah.
Got it.
Okay.
Thank you. Anything else? Great.
Thank you.
There's nothing that was just informational, correct?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, we are technically on ESSER. I think.
Yes.
It was a joke. I know we're on ESSER. Okay. Go ahead.
So in your packet, you have the latest financial documents to show evidence that we are on target to spend down the entire ESSER 3 funding with currently, I'm sorry, I wouldn't even pull it up on the screen because it's small enough on my paper, never mind the screen, to spend the complete $3.97 million. We currently have roughly just under $600,000 in encumbrances. And all of those are projects that are in process where we already have POs and we are either waiting for deliveries or shipments to then be invoiced. So we are due to be spending down all of the funds by the end of this month and making sure that all invoices are in and paid by the end of December as required by RIDE.
So again, just for clarification, is use it or lose it. We get to
Correct.
the end of December.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any questions regarding the documentation that we have in the packet or our ESSER funding? I do think one thing that will be important, Ken, at the conclusion of that, perhaps either sending some sort of memo or some sort of documentation to the town council, just kind of, they definitely had expressed interest in making sure that we utilized all those resources. So kind of when we're done, kind of maybe sharing something with them would be helpful as far as just like their interest in that grant and making sure that we utilized it, which we
It's a
certainly did.
summary of programming.
Great. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will go back up.
Just one more thing. Do we need Jody for the instructional coaching? So should we do that so that
Yeah, we can do that.
she can be free?
Okay. Can you make a motion?
I will make a motion to move under new business, item B, instructional coaching grant.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
So RIDE very recently, in early July opened up a grant opportunity to apply for instructional coaches. At the time, we applied for a K-5 literacy coach and a 6 through 12 math coach. We were awarded in early August one position. At this time, we are putting forward to you to accept a K-5 literacy coach. We have posted it as anticipated, waiting your approval of this, but it is to fund the fill of pulling a teacher out to provide coaching. The plan would be for the first year to coach all teachers in grades K and 1 in a 5-week coaching cycle on an area that both the coach and the teacher determine, an area in literacy, whether it be around our Wit and Wisdom program, Haggerty Foundations, but a foundational based on data that we're seeing in the classrooms and an ongoing conversation with the teacher and the coach. The coach would then stay with that teacher for a 5-week period to follow through both co-teaching, providing model lessons, and then providing feedback to the teacher in a coaching cycle. As part of this grant initiative, RIDE is providing a third-party vendor to train these coaches in 10 days of intensive training on instructional coaching. So we are very excited that we were awarded this. I think there are 22 other districts in the state that were awarded a part of this coaching grant. RIDE just announced that it also received an additional set of funds through the CLSD, the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant, to extend this for 2 more years. So it is not just a one and done, which is why our thinking where we went with the literacy coach, because that will be a continuation of literacy coaching. I believe they have $30 million, or I could be wrong on that number, so I don't want to misquote that. But they have additional funding to provide for the next 2 years following this. So we would start with K and 1 this year, then 2 to 3 and 4 and 5, 2 years, 2 grade levels at a time, and provide coaching for all of our teachers. With what we're asking our teachers to do with the new comprehensive high quality curriculums, there's a need to have peers in classes and reviewing each other's practices and providing feedback on an ongoing basis. So this is a non-evaluatory way to support our teachers. Coaching is shown statistically to be the best job-embedded professional development. We do know that it means taking one of our wonderful educators out of the classroom and possibly disrupting that a little bit, but we have a plan to provide that classroom with the replacement teacher, the coaching first, to allow for that transition, and we're being very thoughtful in that when we look at applications for this. But I think it is well worth. Coaching is one of the best forms of professional development for teachers, and we are excited to be able to bring this opportunity with your approval of these grant funds.
That's awesome. Thank you. So just a quick question. I have one question, and then if anybody has any other questions. So for the teacher that is going to be the instructional coach, will we be paying for a substitute for their class, and is that also coming out of the grant?
The grant is covering for the replacement,
Yeah.
for the 1 year replacement of the teacher that we pull out. Not for the coach's salary, but for the replacement.
Okay. And then, when would this get implemented?
So it is a very tight turnaround. Not ideal. We would have rather been planned for this 6 months in advance, but the state is ready.
Tomorrow, if you approve it tomorrow.
Yep. So that's why we've posted it as an anticipated opening, but waiting your approval. The state is ready to start this the end of this month with their third party training to start in October. So,
okay.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Any other questions?
How will the teachers who get coached be selected?
It is all teachers in K and 1. So I believe I could be a little off on my numbers. I believe we have 14 kindergarten teachers and 13 first grade teachers. They would all receive this 5-week cycle. It's really 3 weeks intensive, but we have it mapped out so that the coach is at Stony Lane, perhaps with coaching a first grade teacher and a second grade teacher for 3 weeks, and then they move on and on. So it's all teachers receive coaching, regardless of experience. We strongly believe that this is a solid way to support all of our teachers in what we're asking them to do.
And it will be an internal application process?
We are keeping it internal and hoping to get someone to apply through that process, and it is an interview through our NEA contract, an interviewed position. So we have met with the union to negotiate that, and they are in agreement.
That's awesome. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. And so it sounds like we need to make a motion to accept the grant. So if someone is willing to do so.
So moved.
Second.
You get that, Jules? You had two choices. Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. There is one other grant that if you had the following one, that if you had any questions on the Lexia MOU, I believe.
Start grouping the agendas by people. You think I'm joking?
No business. My name.
Where is that?
Right underneath.
The Lexia.
Should be the next one on the agenda. Oh, yeah, but okay. Can somebody do the thing?
I'll make a motion to move up new business C.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
So, do you want me to explain this one?
My only
Yep.
statement / question was, it looks like there's no change to what we approved in May.
Correct.
It's like an increased level of access with the
Yes.
tickets being paid by RAC.
Yes.
Okay. I'll
Yes.
make a
So
motion to
instead,
approve.
yeah, great. Thank you.
Second.
Everybody follow
You
that?
guys are enjoying that, aren't you?
Okay. Everyone understand what Jen and Jody were just talking about?
So-
we're basically, yeah. You can explain it though. No, just quickly.
We have already brought forward to your approval the Lexia contract, which is to support all students in K1 and 2 and students on Tier 3 and 3, 4, and 5. What the state came back, they had some additional CLSD grant funds, and they came back to us and said, would you like site licenses for all your schools so that all students could be put on this? So we just had a refresher at our PD day to refresh teachers on the use of Lexia. It is a pretty powerful tool that we've been using for a while now, but now all students would be able to have a seat on, in that platform.
That's great. And we're just accepting the grant funding for that. piece of
Correct.
it In this motion. Okay. So we had
We already said first and second.
We had
so-
Robin.
Yep.
Jen and Rob. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Great.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Okay. So back to, gosh only knows where. Yeah, so we are going to pause on A because we need to go back into executive session, and so we'll move on to the consent agenda. Does anybody want to remove anything from the consent agenda before we make the motion?
I'll remove C 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Or anything else? I'll remove,
We have to remove E,
yep. Why do we have to remove?
because we can't approve anything on there, because we have to talk about it.
Yeah, so we'll exempt that one. E1?
E1.
Yep, okay. Anything else? Okay, so can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with C 1, 2, 3, 4, and E1 removed?
So moved.
Hold on.
Hey, it's 10 o'clock. No, it's okay.
Yeah,
We're
It's fine,
coming
right.
back to it. We're just not approving it during the consent.
Okay, but
In
you
2
didn't-
seconds.
You didn't say you're going to bring it to executive session, right?
No.
I like to say let's go back and.
That's it. Okay.
No,
That's
she
what
just
I
wants
was
to
just
be able to
getting-
ask a
just
question
making-
or discuss
yes.
it or whatever.
Keep
She
up.
just doesn't want to do it as part of consent.
Sorry, it's,
Yet the
Don't
later
worry.
it gets,
My
the more
brain
it
is-
sticks to me.
Don't worry. Okay. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda with the noted removals?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Did we make a motion for it?
No.
Okay, so Jen made it and Rob seconded it. Great.
Yep.
Okay, now back to the minutes. I'll pick Debbie and Jen next time. So can you make a motion for the minute approval? And I'm assuming it's because you.
Because I wasn't there, so I'm abstaining from the vote.
Okay.
Were
So
you not there for all of them?
Yes, August 20th and 26th, that was not.
So I will make a motion to approve C 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Second.
okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, so we had 4 and then.
I'm abstaining because I was out.
Oh, are you out for both?
I was out for the 26th, I believe, the last meeting.
I mean, in theory, we have 3 affirmatives, so we can just.
Yeah.
You can abstain from that,
She can
Debbie,
abstain,
that's
we
fine.
got 3 votes.
Yeah, we're fine.
Yep.
Right, Jim, you understand that? Yeah, we're just moving on.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
instead of
Move
taking
on.
them separately,
Move on.
that's fine.
Yep.
Okay, so those are approved, and then we'll go to E1. Can I get a motion?
I will make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay, and then Dr. David, do you want to give a little background on that one? For the Equity, Belonging, and Community Engagement Coordinator?
So we did make an offer to someone for this position, and that person did accept, and they had to give a month notice to their current employer, so they'll be starting around October. So, I can't say names, but
Yeah.
Great, thank you for your
I
persistence.
just, I was looking at wrong agenda items. When you said E1, I was looking at E1 of new business. I'm like, wait, what are you pulling?
It's okay. We're doing great. Oh my god. And just to clarify for the committee, this position is. Can you explain to them where it lives level wise and why it's different than maybe some of the other contracts that we see?
Yeah, so it's not this position would be under DCP, so it's not its own. It's not an administrator with a contract, and it's not a union position, so it falls under GCB and like our benefits coordinator.
Yep. So we had already approved the money as part of the budget, and so. What are we?
So this was just for personnel updates, just so you know that hires.
Not have been in the consent. Yeah, so because it was in consent, right?
Yes, it was under consent as a personnel update.
Yeah.
No need to vote on it.
No need to vote on it.
Yeah. Okay, so good thing we pulled it out like that. Great. Okay, so that is all set. We look forward to that person joining the team, and then that's it for those pieces, correct? Okay. So then we'll move on to reports. DEI?
The DEI Advisory Committee met on August 21st for the first time since May. We worked on the draft of the district's equity vision statement, which is also being sent to the administration and faculty for their feedback. We also want to ensure that it's written in such a way that students at all grade levels can understand it, so student input will be solicited as well. As part of the policy BCF, applications for membership were opened up to the community in the month of September. Our next meeting is scheduled for September 18th at 5:30 p.m., and we will be discussing our goals for the upcoming year.
Thank you. Any questions for the DEI Advisory Committee? Or not committee, DEI Advisory. Great. Okay. Policy?
The Policy Advisory Committee last met on August 26th. The policy on bus contractor selection was revised to include a requirement to participate in annual training on safety protocols and school policies. That's on our agenda for this evening. All bus and transportation-related policies need to be reviewed in detail still. The HIV infection policy needs to be reviewed annually as part of RIDE's requirements, and in consultation with the school nurse, there are some updates that are going to be made. We also discussed a new district policy for FERPA and the need for an energy management plan to be in compliance with Stage 2 requirements. Those will be revisited at the next meeting, which will be Monday, September 16th at 5:45 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Any questions regarding that? Okay, and then building. Ken, do you want to give that one?
Sure.
Basically, we saw the exact same thing, but on Monday.
Yeah, what we discussed tonight was very similar. Perkins Eastman gave the presentation that they gave tonight on the design and cost estimates. We discussed the capital improvement plan and the projects that would be used using secondary funds, not the bond funds. Building committee approved that, brought it forward tonight, and we all did the same thing tonight.
Ken, was that unanimous, or?
It was unanimous.
Mm-hmm.
Just want to confirm.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Any questions regarding that? Okay. So moving on to unfinished business, it looks like the next item that we have not already done is policies.
Okay, I will make a motion to discuss policy BE school committee meetings.
Can you give a second?
Second.
So this is a first read of an existing policy, which we amended in April to increase the amount of time for citizens' comments from 3 minutes to 5 minutes. But in looking at the policy the other day for something, I realized we only updated that time limit in one section. So this revision will update that time limit in all parts of the policies. We will see this policy one more time before voting on it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions regarding that? Okay.
Make a motion to discuss transportation contractor selection, EEA 1.
Second.
This is the first read of an existing policy which was revised to include a requirement to participate in annual training on safety protocols and school policies. We will see this policy one more time before voting on it. I had a question, Ken. Has the Bus Contractors Association been informed about these changes? Okay, so they're all set? Okay.
And there was the change that was, one of the main changes is the requirement for training.
Yeah, that is the change. I just wanted to make sure that they
I had
had
that
been brought into
conversation
the loop
with
on
her.
that. Okay.
Andrew, is there any contractual pieces with that?
No, I think actually when I was looking at something contractual elsewhere, there's language in there that allows us to provide some training, so I
Great.
think we should bring
And
it.
they were in agreement.
Yeah. Great. Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that as we're going into negotiations, that we're all.
I think it's
good on
something
all.
we can tighten up a
Maybe,
little
yeah.
bit during negotiations, but
Yeah.
there's language in there that allows it.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, any questions regarding that? Okay, we'll see that one at our next meeting.
And then I will make a motion to approve IKA 1 grading policy for grades 6 through 8 and IKA grading policy grades 9 through 12.
We have a second.
Second.
These are second reads of existing policies. The grading policies in general need to be thoroughly reviewed and updated, but these are changes that we've made based on administration's input that reflect the current practices that are occurring in the meantime. So I'm recommending approval of these policies with these revisions at this time.
Any questions? Discussion? Okay, I mean, I think we talked about this in policy, but just coming up with a time frame to be able to present to the committee about that, because I know that you want to have a really thoughtful discussion about it, but maybe giving us some sort of sense of what that timeline might look like and what that process might be at a future school committee would be great.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. Here, any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll take those together unless somebody, the motion was together?
Yeah, I made it together.
Yeah. Okay, so all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you so much. Moving on to new business, we already did summer school, we did grants, we did Lexia, and so we will move on to D, so can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay, Dr. Duba?
Okay, so you have in there a memo from me, an organizational chart of a recommendation I am making of reorganization of our district leadership team with the recent vacancy of the chief operations officer. I am recommending that we do not fill that position, instead make some changes within administration. So my recommendation is that we create a new position called Supervisor of Information Technology, which would be in the role Mr. Waterman was overseeing the IT department. This would be a replacement for that, and that way we have someone that is supervising IT for the responsible for the daily operations, supervising the IT staff, creating and managing the budget for IT across the district, strategizing and implementing long and short-term goals, and collaborating with the assistant superintendent on future educational technology enhancements. So that is my recommendation of putting in place a administrative role over that department. The other recommendations I am making is that you can see it in the organizational chart. The departments that did report to the COO and restructuring, the information technology department will report to the assistant superintendent. Reason for that, there is a lot of work around the educational programming in our district, and we've talked, we think it makes sense that those two departments are working closely on educational programming and technology needs within the district for the schools, the curriculum, staff that we have. The child nutrition's department will report to the director of finance and fall under Mrs. Powell. There's a lot within that department that really does relate to financial requirements. And then the other two departments of facilities and transportation would fall under myself, underneath the superintendent. I think it's important with the work we're doing around facilities and school safety, as well as just within transportation. In doing that, I am also recommending that within technology, we also have a position as a senior technician. Right now, we do have 2 technicians, and my recommendation for that, I'm just planning out where we are going and what, I'm just kind of having my forethought plan. If someone from that department under technology applies to be the supervisor of that department and might be the successful applicant, we will need another technician, a senior technician with those technology skills, technical skills, to be in there to replace if someone else moves up within that department. So I'm just kind of putting this out there, just planning ahead. In addition to that, I am recommending that we create a position or bring back a position that the district had prior of a part-time school committee clerk, a school committee and external relations clerk. I am putting that recommendation forward because currently my administrative assistant and Rob's administrative assistant are doing that job. The job actually, we both believe, requires a lot more time than what they're able to do. It's taking time away from the work that they have on a day-to-day basis within the school department of being our administrative assistants. It's just, it's not working. I'll just put it there. It really, it's not working for us, for them, with the amount of time that's required. So I am putting that recommendation out there that we do reinstate that. That person would be responsible, for, I'm just going to go back to my notes here, being the clerk for the school committee, scheduling meetings, putting minutes together, putting everything together for the meetings, helping with the advisory committees, those agendas, and what was that? APRA requests. I mean, everything that's happening, and also to working closely with the media, outside relations, helping to just get information out there too, is being a liaison and disseminating information.
Yeah, I think that's critical.
So those are my recommendations. I do add in here what the financial implications would be for that, and that is on that page as well. The recommendation for a supervisor of information technology it would be a salary of $90,000. I did look at what directors of technology are making versus supervisors, and also looking at our current supervisors. That would be an addition of $19,253. It would be prorated because depending when that person starts. So we have the prorated amount there of $14,070. If we were to hire a senior technician, that's in the contract, it'd be $57,000. And then a school committee and external relations clerk would be an hourly position at $25 an hour. It would be from October, based on once we hire someone, October through June, and that would be $22,500 for that salary. We also, that would be a position that we, within GCB, we have to offer benefits. We do have the funds. I've worked with Leslie. We do have funds that, for benefits, we would have to offer that to them. So the total financial impact for salary would be $93,570. We do have the remaining salary of the Chief Operations Officer, and that remaining salary is $112,192. And then from the vacancy of our Director of Facilities, we have $13,696.
Okay, questions?
So you spoke about all three. Okay.
The school committee external relations clerk, they would be just working with the school committee, doing like media relations and getting media out to the community.
So,
now, is it gonna be always in October through June, or that was just anticipated this year?
that is just for this year. I just did the financial impact for this year.
Okay.
So for the next school year, it would probably be like August through June.
Okay.
Honestly,
So, I mean, it could be a full year.
yeah, I think it's a full year.
We can look at it budget time-wise, but it's kind of based on like when we have school committee meetings, and that person would be that liaison for the media, getting press releases out and newsletters and communicating what's happening in the district.
Well, I think my own personal opinion is that it needs to be a 12-month position, because this past summer we were busy.
Yes.
And we now have a new school that's going to be built. People are going to want a lot of media information on that. And even if the school committee work is a little bit slow, I'm sure Joni and you over there would appreciate the extra help a little bit too. I mean, that they could you know what I mean, coordinate
It
and
would always
work
be work.
together.
Well, there's always going to be
There's always
work.
work.
From APRA alone.
So, this one is stupid, I'll admit, but in looking at the org chart, like the titles here have changed. Even Chris, who we just hired like 2 weeks ago. So if there's a way to get those straight, it says here he's the director of facilities and school safety. That's not what his contract says. I know that stuff is like.
That's what they put it out as.
It's not what.
It's not in the contract, so we have to get the
Yeah,
contract.
so just to have all that stuff, like, there's a lot of
Right.
those.
It was posted though as director of facilities and school safety.
It's not what the and like I see like Rachel's listed as director of student
So,
services,
yeah,
and
I was
everything
gonna-
says director of pupil
So I was gonna
Yeah.
bring that up.
Yeah.
of
So
why
just
I'm-
little
yes.
things like that. But so my question is also the AD doesn't
And that,
report to
that, so,
anybody on
no,
here.
that does, that,
Yeah.
Erin, that line got missing when I gave this to someone to redo it.
Okay.
So the
It's
athletic
also-
director, there was a line that goes from superintendent to.
We need to go up too.
So
I noticed that too. Well, I was just staring at it. It's
The
at the level of the supervisors, but it's a director level position, so it probably should be in line with the other directors. Just
So-
if we're gonna make like more changes.
with this reorg, how many people are reporting directly into you?
Everybody reports to me.
Well, I know everybody reports into
I
you.
mean,
but-
like, they all-
they all feed into you,
Yes.
but how many report directly?
So how many would report directly to me?
Yeah.
Assistant superintendent of teaching and learning, director of student services, director of finance, director of human resources, director of facilities and school safety, and supervisor of transportation.
1, 2,
Right? I think I have athletic director.
4, 5, 6, 7. I
My-
get
my-
8.
My recommendation at 10:40
9,
at night is, if Ken is amenable to it, is this something that we could digest? Because I think a lot of, like, we got this like fairly recently, and then be able to put, like, kind of work through and have questions about, and then approve at our next meeting. Is that going to hold you up in any way?
We just won't have someone overseeing the technology. I mean, we need to
Yeah.
hire someone to oversee the technology department. Can we approve that that's a position we need, and then discuss?
Could we?
'Cause right now, that's going to report to.
I just feel like this is a
the assistant
fairly important
superintendent.
conversation and kind of a long conversation,
I
and maybe
agree.
not a 10:34.
But could we
agree.
approve the hiring of E&F, of the external relations clerk / school committee clerk, and the information technology supervisor?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And
That
then
would
we
be
don't have to
helpful
touch
to
the
do that.
organizational portion of it until next time?
Well-
That way we can get the process of hiring somebody moving. We won't lose like 2 weeks or more.
I'd be comfortable with the supervisor of info technology one. I'd like us to kind of look at the whole ecosystem though for the other one for the time being.
You mean the external clerk and school
Yeah.
committee?
I'd want to think through that and work through it about the pros and cons of it, because I haven't gotten to think about that
Okay.
yet. But I would be willing to, I do agree that we need a supervisor for information technology. That makes sense. To me, based on what we used to have, and also kind of where, like, just how big of a system and area that is. So I would be supportive of approving that today, knowing that we will have the funding available, and then if Ken doesn't mind, just kind of thinking through this a little bit more, and then.
So we'll approve that, but we'll hold on everything else for now.
That's my recommendation, but.
And so, as far as the thinking through of the organizational chart, what are the, just kind of, you know, I need you guys to kind of give me a little direction. Like, what is it that you want me to rethink? What is it that you want me to look at here?
I'll be perfectly honest. I think you've got too many people reporting into you, and I think there needs to be another administrative type like position that some of these departments report into. Like I think that that's too many people reporting, too many divisions reporting directly into you. I have concerns about your ability, not you specifically, but any one person to handle that. I think there needs to be some other type of assistant superintendent to handle operations. Yeah.
And where are you seeing the organizational chart?
It's in the packet.
It's an intention.
Rob, you want to do operations too?
Well, I was going to say, what if we look at the position of the director of finance, and maybe there's something that changes because.
Well, I
in some
think to
districts,
Erin's
your
point,
director
like
of
it's
finance, some
10:43, and I don't want to
Yeah.
play.
Yeah, no,
like-
I know. I'm
yeah.
just saying. Like,
Yeah,
that
so I
could be
think
a
so. I
consideration
think you know that
too,
concern
so.
now. So if you want to take that concern and maybe work with your team to think about that, and maybe not that if you want to stay with your original proposal, you can. If you want to take that feedback and take another look at it and consider it, I
Look
would.
at Barrington's organizational chart. Like they have a director of administration type position that has some of these other groups reporting into them, which like that might be something to check out.
Any other concerns, questions, considerations?
My other questions that I had is just in terms of, we're not, the job description for the school committee and external relations clerk notes that that position needs to, like, will be responsible for, like, social media and things like that, but it's not a required skill.
Yeah, that's what I want to work
Yeah,
through,
so
some of those
that's kind of
things,
things
and
that-
how that coordinates with the other position
the
that
other
we had. So
position,
that's where,
yeah.
Jim, I wanted to kind of work
Okay.
through that one. Not
That
that I
makes
don't agree with it. I was a
Yeah.
huge proponent that those should
Okay,
not
I
have
thought
been
you
combined.
you were like, oh, I'm
No,
against it.
no, no, no.
Yeah.
Oh, you could go back and watch tapes
Yeah,
of me
right,
saying
right.
that's a big job.
Yeah,
and
I'm
that
down with
So
that.
I just want to make sure
No, that's
that
not the
those-
energy. I just want to make sure we get the job
that what
descriptions
we
and
are
the overlap
approving
correct.
and that we have a real grip on like how much time is currently being spent on school committee functions. So are we allocating the time?
Like, is it actually going to be enough time?
Yes,
Kind of stuff.
exactly.
So yeah, so that's all. Like, I think we can work through. That's what I want
Like I
to
said,
kind of look
those
at.
hours were based off
But
of
supportive
what
of
the
it.
previous position was, so when there was a school committee clerk, we based off hours from that.
Right. So I'm just curious, like, how much time is currently being spent on school committee stuff, and so is that an accurate depiction, right?
Yeah,
Like,
but-
Jules is over there going, it is not.
But wouldn't that,
No, so I think to Jen's point,
Jules,
though,
you
like,
wouldn't
I
miss
want.
being here late at night?
All right, so
Come
we'll
on
work
now.
through that. Okay.
So I will make a motion to recommend the
No,
hiring.
so we don't need to do. We're in a motion right now. So we're in
We're a discussion motion.
a discussion motion, but we have another agenda item. So we have to kind of like close this agenda item out, and
Oh,
then that
I see,
agenda
I see.
item's
Okay,
there.
yep, okay.
You're doing the right thing, but we just need to close this one out. Yep.
Yeah,
No
okay.
worries.
So Ken.
So
do you
Ken, is
understand
that
for
you're
doing
amenable
it?
to taking the feedback, looking at that, and then we're going to do that?
I'll make a
Motion
motion to well, table or hold for further study, superintendent recommendation, reorganization of central administration.
Second.
Great. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we'll see that again and can work through some of those pieces. And thank you,
And,
Ken, for doing that work and putting it together. I just like, it's a big decision. I just don't want to rush it. And
And Madam Chair, I move
Yeah.
also hold further study, school committee, external relations clerk.
Second.
okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
I didn't have the motion.
We're just going to hold the
Just
clerk one
holding
to next
this,
time.
letter E.
Yeah.
Do you want to make the recommend?
Sorry, Jules, you're stuck with us. Well, technically, you don't have next meeting, so. Okay, so that one's, Debbie, you okay with that? Waiting for that one? Okay, and
And
then,
move passage, Madam Chair, of supervisor of information technology hiring.
I'll second that.
is that the right verbiage? It's not hiring, it's the creation of a
Recommendation for
position.
supervisor of
Position,
information
superintendent
technology.
will
Yeah.
hire.
I'll
Yeah.
make that motion.
Great. Someone has a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Good luck with that search. We look forward to seeing your recommendation. G, motion.
Motion to table.
Second.
Other information.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we already did H. I? Jen?
That
You wanna make a motion?
is, I will make a motion to discuss.
Yep.
Second.
Okay. I believe, so this one is on here, I believe, just to continue the conversation about equity professional development, and also making sure that we, as a school committee, are, you know, aware of resources, et cetera, that might be needed to follow up on the one that we did in the spring. So I believe it's just on as a,
Discussion item.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ms. Lehman, did you want to add anything as the chair of the DEI?
No, just to like to follow
Advisory
up
committee?
on what you said, like we had the, you know, the presentation from Professor Murray Johnson in April, like that was the start of the conversation. What's happened since then? I know I continually send the both of you resources, and I know we've touched on it a couple times here that there's been like grant money for coaching, but it hasn't actually been on the agenda, so now it's on the agenda. So, Rob, let's talk about it.
Sure. So we're working actively to move forward with professional development in the area of equity. We have a couple of options that we're pursuing. We've been in the process of drafting an RFP to go out to potential bids in the area of specifically working with teams at our district from K to 12 around culturally responsive practice, which would again, I don't want to be too specific because it kind of could take the form of a few different things, but the idea would be to build a group within our district that could lead the work internally, and we are actively looking into drafting up an RFP to capture that.
Awesome. Is there a hopeful timeline on that?
Yeah, I think that it's something we can turn around pretty quickly in the near future.
I'm gonna say the first. Maybe for the first of the year.
That's a lawyer's answer if we've ever heard one. That was good, Rob.
Andrew knows how much I love those timelines.
Yes.
Near future. Okay.
No, and I think, and we also will, it sounded like Ken mentioned that we were having the new position
Right.
possibly on board in October,
Yeah.
and so I think making sure that they're included in that conversation is
important,
good, but I
yeah.
also do hear Jen's urgency of, the longer we wait, the longer we don't have this, and we know that there's a need, and also that the teachers are asking for it, so we'll keep, I put it on a list of kind of things to keep an eye on and check in on, and then we can go from there. Is that satisfactory?
I do, though, was there any follow-up from the, because it's September, that was April, is there any follow-up actions from that training that have happened?
Actions from the training in April?
Yes.
Okay. So the feedback we got from that was that teachers are definitely poised for more training. There was a lot of variance to the responses. I mean, there was a definite level of specificity, but I know that some of the things that we got back from Dr. Murray Johnson had to do with what we're doing well, what we want to continue versus what we want to start. So I know one of the things that we discussed internally that I think would be a good direction to take is in the area of just having a common approach and training for all teachers on a common approach to handling student discipline matters, having to do with disruptions. And so we're looking at that. We're looking at how we can make put language together that's consistent and that's based on best practice around how to deal with potentially disruptive situations with students, because we know that a lot of times there are situations that, if they're handled properly, can be de-escalated down to not rise to the level of causing more of a disruption.
So,
in the interest of time,
okay,
and I very much think this is an important topic, I do think that maybe we should I think your concern is expressed, and then we should work through. Rob can maybe come back at the future meeting and kind of outline that a little bit for us, and then because I don't want to get. We need to go back and do executive.
Just my one comment is, so that's fabulous, but we have a committee on district discipline,
Correct.
and that has not come up once, and that's alarming, because there is an administrative representative on that committee. So that's conversation that should be incorporated.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, agreed.
But I also think too, I don't know if I would say I find it alarming. I think also timing, we have conversations here, what we need to be doing and getting input from teachers. Then when the meetings happen. So I mean,
Well, did you all just start talking about that last week?
No.
Okay, that's
Right.
my
No,
point.
but I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I think there are going to be. Sometimes no one take this the wrong way.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't know if there's an understanding of everyone of kind of just what happens in a day-to-day situation within a school and education and conversations that happen and kind of things we're doing, and sometimes the things don't always align with there's an advisory committee meeting or there's this meeting and something being brought up on topic, but there's a lot of work happening in the background. So
And I
just
believe
gotta
you.
put
I
that
guess
there.
we have a committee that is specifically tasked with reducing the disproportionality in discipline.
Mhm.
And I'm hearing that you are addressing, we talked about addressing ways to address that, and that has not made its way into said committee. So that's concerning.
Yep. So
I
we can
just
follow
want to
up
get
on
us all
that.
on the same page.
Yeah, we can follow up on that line because the topic that we're
It's
under is
not,
equity
right,
professional
it's not,
development,
yes.
and so why don't we'll get an update at our next meeting on
That
equity
sounds
professional
amazing.
development. Great. Thank you so much. All right, so let's do correspondence, and then we just need to go back into executive.
Okay, August 20th, Kara Marcone, Director of Facility Contract. August 26th, Lafayette Band, use of North Kingstown High School at the Lafayette Band. August 30th, Keith Lazarski, Woodford Middle School, 2024-2025 school year. 9/1, Alana Swanson, Election and School Committee Chairperson. 9/1, Meg Kerr, Climate Conversations. 9/4, Ethan Bashan, Scouting Presentation at Committee Meeting. 9/5, Heather Murphy, Electric Boat. And 9/12, North Kingstown Bus Contractors Association, draft number 2 to the NKSD.
Okay. I get a motion to go back into executive.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
So we'll come back from executive session. So then we're going to go to item A, where we will get a motion to seal the executive minutes from September 12th, and I will disclose that there were no votes taken today in executive session. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Jen, can you know those? Okay. And then all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and then we'll move to the end. I just need a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
And,